Hello everyone, I am the Crime Teller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. In the winter of 2012, the quiet, snow-dusted streets of Kouvola, Finland, became the backdrop to one of the most chilling human trafficking cases the country had ever seen. It wasn't the kind of crime that you could spot easily on a crowded city street. It wasn't the sort of thing that immediately drew attention. The perpetrators worked in the shadows, weaving an elaborate network of deceit, manipulation, and violence. But as the days wore on, the scale of the operation began to reveal itself, and the innocent lives affected were thrust into a nightmare that no one could have predicted. The main player in this story was a man named Oscar Jarvinen, a middle-aged Finnish national with a reputation for being a quiet, unassuming man. On the surface, he was the type of individual you would never suspect to be involved in such monstrous activities. Oscar kept to himself, living a modest life in a small apartment on the outskirts of Kouvola. His neighbors saw him as someone who didn't make waves, who was polite and respectful, and who kept his personal affairs private. But in the shadows of his seemingly normal existence, Oscar was the mastermind behind one of the largest human trafficking rings in Finland's history. Born and raised in the small town of Kati, about an hour's drive from Kouvola, Oscar's early life was relatively uneventful. He came from a humble background, his father working as a mechanic and his mother as a schoolteacher. There was nothing extraordinary about Oscar's childhood. He attended school, made a few friends, and like many others, dreamed of escaping the mundane confines of his hometown. But as he grew older, Oscar became more withdrawn, his interactions with others growing fewer and fewer. By his early 20s, he left Kati behind, moving to Kouvola in search of a new life. On the surface, his new life seemed normal enough. He found a steady job working as a logistics coordinator for a transport company. It wasn't glamorous work, but it provided him with a stable income, and for a time that was enough. But behind the closed doors of his apartment, Oscar began to nurse a darker ambition, an ambition that would ultimately lead him down a path of unspeakable cruelty. It started with small things at first, conversations in dark corners of the internet, inquiries into the transportation of goods across borders, and quiet meetings in shadowy, isolated parts of the city. Oscar had always been an astute observer, watching people closely, studying their habits, and listening to their fears. He learned that there were countless individuals out there in the world, desperate to find a way to escape their lives. Desperate for a better future, they were willing to risk everything for the promise of a better life abroad. And Oscar was more than happy to exploit that vulnerability. He didn't operate alone. Behind Oscar stood a network of facilitators, recruiters, and fixers, people who had their own reasons for being involved in the operation. Some of them were motivated by greed, while others were lured by the promise of power and influence. But all of them were complicit, and none of them would escape the consequences of their actions. The first real breakthrough in the operation came when Oscar made contact with a group of individuals from Eastern Europe. They were in desperate need of work and willing to do whatever it took to escape the oppressive economic conditions of their home countries. Oscar saw an opportunity, a chance to take advantage of their desperation. He offered them a way out, a chance to find employment in Finland, where the economy was stable and the wages were higher. It was a lie. Oscar promised them legitimate work in factories, construction sites, and restaurants, but the reality was far more sinister. Once they arrived in Finland, they were held captive in cramped, filthy apartments, isolated from the outside world. Their documents were taken from them, and they were forced into slave labor, working long hours in appalling conditions for little to no pay. The promises of a better life were nothing more than empty words, and the victims were trapped in a hell they couldn't escape. The operation expanded rapidly. Word spread, and soon, Oscar's network was reaching into other countries, pulling in more and more victims from across Europe. They came from all walks of life, men, women, and children, each one lured by the false promise of a better life. Some were taken from small villages, others from bustling cities. They were all prey to Oscar's machinations, each one a cog in a machine that was designed to feed his insatiable hunger for power and wealth. The scale of the operation became staggering. Dozens of individuals were trafficked across Finland, hidden in plain sight, working in sweatshops, brothels, and even behind the counters of restaurants and cafes. Oscar's operation had grown so large that it was no longer just a local issue. It was a national one. But even as the authorities began to catch wind of the situation, Oscar's operation remained elusive. His ability to cover his tracks was impressive, and his network of insiders made it nearly impossible for the authorities to infiltrate. But eventually the truth began to surface. A young woman, desperate and terrified, managed to escape. She had been forced into servitude at one of the many locations where Oscar's victims were held. She had been lucky. Her employer had let his guard down for just a moment, and she had seized the opportunity to run. She made her way to the police station, bruised, malnourished, and trembling. She was the first to break the silence. The authorities moved quickly, launching a covert investigation into the growing human trafficking ring operating in Kuvula. They identified Oscar Jarvinen as the mastermind behind the operation, and soon, a full-scale manhunt was underway. But Oscar was no fool. He had been careful, meticulous in covering his tracks, and for weeks, the police struggled to gather enough evidence to make an arrest. But the walls were closing in. As the investigation deepened, more survivors came forward. One by one, they spoke of their harrowing experiences, of the unimaginable cruelty they had suffered at the hands of Oscar and his associates. The authorities pieced together the full extent of the operation, how it spanned not only Finland but several countries in Europe. They learned of the sophisticated methods Oscar had used to smuggle people across borders, hiding them in plain sight, and using various legitimate businesses as fronts for his illicit activities. Oscar's fall came quickly. One fateful evening, as he returned to his apartment in Kuvula, the authorities were waiting for him. They arrested him without incident, taking him into custody. But the scale of the operation was far greater than anyone had imagined, and the investigation didn't stop with his arrest. It continued for months, as the police worked tirelessly to unravel the web of corruption and deceit that had allowed Oscar's trafficking ring to flourish for so long. The investigation began quietly, with only a few law enforcement officers aware of what was unfolding beneath their noses. But as they gathered more evidence, the scope of the human trafficking ring became clearer. At the heart of it was a man named Mikko Rautio, a Finnish national with a small-time criminal background. Mikko had always operated on the fringes of legality, but it wasn't until his involvement in the Kuvula operation that he found his true calling as a criminal mastermind. Rautio wasn't someone who attracted much attention. His background was humble, working various odd jobs throughout his life, moving from one city to the next, trying to outrun his past mistakes. But he was cunning. He knew how to keep a low profile while executing high-stakes operations. His familiarity with the dark corners of the European underworld made him the perfect candidate to coordinate the trafficking of vulnerable individuals across borders. He had connections everywhere, from corrupt officials to underground networks spanning across Eastern Europe, Russia, and even as far as Asia. His network was vast, secretive, and above all profitable. The victims, often tricked into believing they were promised work or a better life in Finland, were funneled through Kuvula, where Mikko's operation provided a horrifying gateway to the rest of Europe. Rautio didn't operate alone, of course. He had a small but dedicated team that helped him manage the logistics of the operation. These were people who shared his willingness to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others, all for the sake of profit. Some of them had been with him for years. Others were new recruits looking to make their way up in the criminal world. Regardless of their reasons for being there, they were all part of the machine that moved the victims from place to place, through the small, unsuspecting towns in Finland, until they disappeared into a life of servitude and abuse. But, as with all criminal enterprises, the bigger the operation, the more difficult it was to keep it hidden. What Mikko failed to realize was that his success had caught the attention of more than just his business rivals. The authorities, though initially slow to act, had begun to notice the patterns in the reports of missing people. The disappearances were not isolated incidents, they were connected. They were a trail that led straight to Mikko Rautio. It wasn't long before undercover officers were assigned to infiltrate the operation. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle began to come together. Rautio's network extended far beyond what the police had initially suspected. What seemed to be a small, localized problem in Kuvula turned out to be a major hub for human trafficking, reaching across multiple countries and involving an international syndicate. The first major break came when authorities intercepted a shipment of victims. The smugglers, unaware that they were being watched, tried to move a group of individuals across the Finnish border under the guise of legitimate travel documents. However, the authorities had caught wind of the operation. A high-speed chase ensued, culminating in a dramatic arrest. Several of Miko's associates were detained, and in the chaos that followed, the full extent of his operation was revealed. From that moment on, the investigation intensified. Officers pored over the evidence, combing through intercepted communications, surveillance footage, and the testimonies of those who had managed to escape Roshio's grip. The picture that emerged was one of sheer horror. Men, women, and children from all walks of life, their hopes and dreams dashed, sold into lives of labor, exploitation, and despair. As the investigation moved forward, the scale of the operation became more and more chilling. Miko Roshio's involvement was deeper than anyone had first suspected. His criminal network didn't just consist of small-time criminals and local thugs. It stretched across entire regions, even continents. There were whispers of a secretive group operating out of Eastern Europe, individuals skilled in the art of smuggling people in and out of countries, with little regard for the humanity of those they trafficked. These people were often tricked into believing they would find work in a foreign land, a job that would provide a better life. The most vulnerable were lured with promises of higher wages, new opportunities, and escape from their difficult circumstances. What they didn't know was that they were being sold into a far darker reality, one of forced labor, sexual exploitation, and in some cases even worse. As the evidence continued to pile up, the Finnish police began to realize that Kouvola was not the only place in Finland where these operations were taking place. Roshio's network was sprawling, with nodes in several key cities, including Helsinki, Turku, and Tampere. Each city had its own system for funneling people into the traffickers' hands, though Kouvola had become the central hub. By the time the police were able to fully track Roshio's operations, Miko had vanished. He had gone to ground, moving quickly between various safe houses and contacts. His absence didn't signal the end of the trafficking network, though. The operation continued, undeterred by Roshio's disappearance. Those in charge now had to cover their tracks even more carefully, knowing the authorities were closing in. But it wasn't just Miko Roshio who needed to be captured. As the investigation deepened, the officers discovered that many of the people involved in the trafficking ring were not local Finns, but foreign nationals with ties to organized crime syndicates in Eastern Europe. Some had even worked with Roshio in the past, serving as middlemen or coordinators. Many were thought to have been recruited by the traffickers under duress, forced into helping with the operation for fear of their own lives or the lives of their families. It took months for law enforcement to piece together the full picture. In the meantime, the survivors, those who managed to escape the horrors of their captivity, were brought in for questioning. Their stories were harrowing, each more disturbing than the last. There were accounts of physical abuse, emotional manipulation, and brutal exploitation. But there were also moments of incredible resilience. Despite everything that had happened to them, many survivors were determined to help bring down the people who had stolen their freedom. As the survivors were interviewed, they painted a picture of the trafficking operation that was almost too disturbing to comprehend. The victims were transported across international borders, hidden inside trucks, shipping containers, and even beneath the floors of passenger cars. They were often kept in deplorable conditions, crowded, hungry, and terrified, as they were moved from one location to the next. The traffickers went to great lengths to ensure that no one would ever escape. But escape was possible. Some of the survivors had managed to break free, either by overpowering their captors in moments of opportunity, or by gaining the trust of sympathetic individuals within the network who were willing to help them. These brave souls were the ones who provided the authorities with the crucial information needed to take down the operation. They were the unsung heroes of the investigation, their courage allowing law enforcement to move in with precision and speed. One of the most critical pieces of information came from a woman named Maria. She had been trafficked from Moldova under the false pretense of a job in Finland. When she arrived in Kouvola, she was immediately separated from the other victims and forced into a grueling work schedule at a local factory. There, she was subjected to physical abuse and forced to work long hours with little rest or food. But Maria had managed to escape. She was hidden by a sympathetic factory worker who had witnessed the abuse but was too afraid to speak out. With the help of a few key individuals, Maria had made her way to the Finnish police. Her testimony would be vital in unraveling the network that Miko Roshio had built. As the investigation gained momentum, the complexities of the human trafficking ring were revealed layer by layer. It was becoming increasingly clear that this was not an isolated operation. It was part of a much larger web of organized crime spanning multiple countries. The police had begun to identify patterns in the movements of the trafficked individuals, linking them to various cities and transit points. The scale of the operation was staggering, and the more they uncovered, the darker the picture became. The authorities had started working with international law enforcement agencies, including Europol, to connect the dots. The traffickers were operating with a level of coordination and sophistication that suggested they had been in business for a long time. They had well-established routes for smuggling people, safe houses scattered across different countries, and even a system of forged documents that allowed them to move victims across borders with minimal risk of detection. The Finnish police, along with their international counterparts, had to act quickly. They knew that every day they delayed, more lives were at risk. The traffickers were ruthless, and they wouldn't hesitate to dispose of those who were no longer useful to them. It was a race against time. In the midst of this unfolding chaos, Mikko Rocchio remained elusive. Despite the mounting evidence against him, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. The police were unsure of his whereabouts, but they suspected that he had gone underground, using his network of contacts to hide from law enforcement. His disappearance only added to the urgency of the operation. Rocchio was a key figure, and if he wasn't brought to justice, the entire trafficking ring could slip further into the shadows. However, even without Rocchio's direct involvement, the authorities had gathered enough evidence to take action. They had identified key locations used by the traffickers to house victims, and plans were made for coordinated raids across the country. These locations were often disguised as legitimate businesses, restaurants, factories, and warehouses, but behind their doors, a different world existed. A world where human lives were commodified and exploited for profit. The day of the raids arrived, and law enforcement from across Finland mobilized. The police descended on the locations with precision, raiding the safe houses and freeing the victims who had been trapped there. The survivors were overwhelmed with emotion as they realized they were free, some collapsing into the arms of officers, while others could only stare in disbelief at the life they had been given back. The scenes were emotional, filled with both relief and trauma. For many, it was their first taste of freedom in months or even years. But even as the survivors were taken to safety and medical personnel tended to their needs, the work was far from over. The traffickers who had been captured were interrogated, but they were tight-lipped. They had been trained to withstand questioning, and many had been conditioned to never reveal anything about their network. It was clear that bringing down the entire operation would take more than just these raids. It would require a sustained effort and a relentless pursuit of the remaining members of the syndicate. Meanwhile, the investigation into Mikko Rocchio's disappearance continued. As time passed, new leads surfaced, and the police began to piece together a clearer picture of his movements in the days before the raids. It was believed that he had fled to Russia, where he might have been hiding out with contacts in organized crime syndicates. This revelation was a bitter blow to the investigators, as it meant that Rocchio could potentially escape justice for the time being. But law enforcement refused to give up. They were determined to catch Rocchio, no matter where he went. The global nature of the operation meant that they would have to work with agencies beyond Finland's borders, including the Russian authorities. The case was far from over, and the pursuit of Mikko Rocchio was just beginning. In the aftermath of the raids, the survivors began to share their stories with the authorities. Many of them were traumatized, their lives shattered by the horrors they had endured. Some had been subjected to physical violence, while others had been emotionally manipulated and controlled. But there was one thing that all of them shared: the hope that, through their testimony, they could help bring down the people responsible for their suffering. The stories they told were heartbreaking. One woman, named Elena, had been sold to the traffickers when she was just a teenager. She had been promised a better life in Finland, but when she arrived, she found herself trapped in a factory, forced to work long hours without pay. She was beaten when she tried to escape and lived in constant fear of her captors. Elena's story was not unique. Many of the survivors had been subjected to similar horrors, each with their own tale of suffering and survival. Despite the brutality they had faced, the survivors remained strong. They were determined to see the people who had trafficked them brought to justice, even if it meant reliving their trauma. Their courage was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and it fueled the investigation even further. With each piece of evidence, the authorities grew closer to unraveling the full extent of the trafficking network. But they knew that this was just the beginning. There were still many victims out there, still many people in need of rescue. The investigation was ongoing, and the fight to bring justice to those who had been trafficked would continue until the last member of the syndicate was caught. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the police worked tirelessly to track down every lead. They followed the trail of money, traced the movements of the traffickers, and used every tool at their disposal to bring the operation to an end. But the traffickers were skilled at covering their tracks, and the investigation was an uphill battle. Every time the police thought they had uncovered something crucial, it would slip through their fingers like sand. But eventually they got their break. A key informant came forward, someone who had been working for the traffickers, but had grown disillusioned with the operation. This individual had crucial information about the inner workings of the syndicate, including the identities of several key members and their locations. The police used this information to launch another series of raids, this time focusing on international locations. The investigation into the human trafficking ring in Kouvola, Finland, began quietly enough. It was late summer in 2017 when the first whisper of something criminal began to surface. Small details, seemingly innocuous at first, slowly began to piece together into something more sinister. The first signs were a series of missing persons reports filed in various parts of Europe. Young men and women, mostly from Eastern Europe, who had vanished without a trace. At first, it seemed like little more than the usual cases of runaway teens or people caught up in dangerous, illegal activities. However, the pattern became undeniable as more and more reports came in. Detective Erika Laitinen was the one to first notice the strange, recurring connections. She worked for the local police in Kouvola, a small town located in the southeastern part of Finland. It wasn't a particularly high-crime area, so when cases involving human trafficking began to emerge, they were hard to ignore. Laitinen, who had been with the force for over 15 years, had seen her fair share of criminal activity, but nothing like this. The stories she had read about in the press, about human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual exploitation, felt far removed from her quiet life in Finland. But as the reports began piling up, she realized that there was something much larger at play, something far closer to home than anyone could have imagined. The breakthrough came when Laitinen discovered that several of the missing persons had been in contact with an organization called Valtava Solutions. The name was unremarkable, almost mundane, and there was very little information available on the group. What Laitinen found, however, was a pattern of people traveling from one country to another, their movements seemingly dictated by a few individuals, men and women who operated with precision, almost like a shadow network. The real breakthrough came when Laitinen traced one of these individuals, a man named Victor Korhonen. Korhonen was an unassuming man at first glance. He was well-dressed, impeccably polite, and seemed to lead a normal life. He worked in a small office in downtown Kouvola, and his business, a logistics company, appeared legitimate enough on the surface. But the deeper Laitinen dug, the more troubling the picture became. Korhonen's connections extended far beyond the small, quiet town in Finland. In fact, he was a key figure in an international network that operated across several European countries, trafficking people across borders and into exploitation. His company was the perfect front for such operations, with its legitimate shipments serving as a cover for his darker dealings. Korhonen had been operating in the shadows for years, and it wasn't until Laitinen began her investigation that his network started to unravel. Korhonen, however, was no amateur. He had been in the business for a long time, and he knew how to cover his tracks. He was well aware of the authorities' presence and had already taken measures to protect himself. He used a variety of tactics to keep his operations under wraps, including using encrypted communications, maintaining a network of loyal, secretive employees, and keeping his movements and contacts under constant surveillance. It became clear that bringing him to justice would not be easy. As Laitinen and her colleagues worked tirelessly to track Korhonen and his associates, they realized the enormity of the operation they were dealing with. The trafficking ring wasn't just limited to a few people. It was sprawling, with tentacles reaching across multiple countries. The victims were not just isolated to Finland. They came from all over Europe, and they were being funneled into a variety of industries, including forced labor, the sex trade, and illegal adoption networks. The scale of the operation was staggering, and it quickly became one of the largest human trafficking cases in Finnish history. In the early days of the investigation, Laitinen and her team tried to approach the case with a mix of caution and determination. They worked tirelessly behind the scenes, gathering intel and connecting the dots. But the more they learned about the inner workings of Korhonen's organization, the more it became clear that they were dealing with something far more dangerous than they had initially realized. Korhonen had access to resources that went beyond just a network of criminals. He had connections in high places, powerful allies who were willing to do whatever it took to protect him and his operation. As weeks turned into months, Latinen's team began to uncover the horrifying extent of Korhonen's operations. They discovered the hidden facilities where the victims were kept, small, secretive places scattered across Finland and neighboring countries. They were isolated, with no one around to hear their cries for help. And as the investigation progressed, they realized that many of the people who had been trafficked were not just victims. They were also being used as pawns in a much larger game. The stakes had escalated, and it was clear that they were now involved in a deadly cat-and-mouse game with an extremely dangerous criminal enterprise. As Lahtinen and her team continued to delve deeper into the investigation, the walls of their lives began to close in. The farther they pushed, the more danger loomed. Korhonen had taken notice of the increasing pressure from the authorities and had begun to pull strings to cover his tracks. The covert networks he operated within were as complex and elusive as any well-oiled machine, and those involved knew how to remain invisible, erasing any trace of their presence before they even left a footprint. At one point, Lahtinen and her team managed to track down one of Korhonen's couriers, an older man who had worked with the organization for years. He was found in a small apartment in Helsinki, living under a false name. The courier had always kept a low profile, doing his job and keeping his mouth shut. But with the walls closing in, he began to crack. They were able to gain his trust after several long interviews, and though he didn't know the full scale of the operation, he had enough information to make things dangerous. His fear was palpable. He knew better than anyone what Korhonen was capable of. From the courier's testimony, they learned about the most secretive aspect of the trafficking operation, the mules. These were individuals who were used to smuggle people across borders, hidden in plain sight. The victims were often sedated and kept in hidden compartments in vehicles or cargo containers, making them nearly impossible to detect. Korhonen had perfected this method over the years, and it was the one thing that made his operation so effective. Even the most trained border agents couldn't spot his methods, and by the time authorities even suspected something was amiss, the victims were already deep within the system. It was horrifying to learn that many of these victims weren't just being trafficked for labor or sex work. Some were sold into illegal adoption networks, their identities erased and replaced with fabricated histories. Others were used in medical experiments, their bodies bought and sold as though they were commodities. The range of abuse and exploitation was staggering, and it became clear that Korhonen was at the heart of a monstrous machine that had been operating for years without any real oversight. He had crafted his network so meticulously that no one, not even the most sophisticated agencies, had been able to infiltrate it. The next breakthrough came when Lahtinen received a tip about an upcoming shipment. It was a large transport, moving across the Finnish border into Russia. The cargo was listed as furniture on the shipping manifest, but Lahtinen's gut told her something wasn't right. She and her team set up a surveillance operation, monitoring the transport's every move. It wasn't long before they spotted the first red flags, unusual stops, changes in the vehicle's route, and suspicious behavior at various checkpoints. Lahtinen ordered a full investigation, and the team worked around the clock to prepare for the operation. As the shipment neared the border, Lahtinen knew that this would be the moment that would determine the success of the entire investigation. If they could intercept this shipment, they could bring down Korhonen and his entire network. But if they failed, the consequences would be dire. The people they were trying to save were on the line, and they were running out of time. The operation was set into motion, with multiple police units positioned along the route. Lahtinen's team monitored every aspect of the transport as it drew closer to its final destination. They were ready for any eventuality, and they knew that this could be their only chance to catch Korhonen in the act. But as the convoy reached the border, things took an unexpected turn. The vehicles abruptly changed course, veering off the main road and into the dense forest of southeastern Finland. It was clear that Korhonen had gotten wind of the investigation, and he was prepared to take drastic measures to protect his operation. Lahtinen's team scrambled to adapt to the sudden change in direction, racing to catch up with the convoy as it disappeared into the wilderness. It wasn't long before they realized they were being led into a trap. The convoy had been intentionally rerouted to a secluded area where they would be difficult to reach. The operation had become a game of cat and mouse, with Korhonen's network staying one step ahead at every turn. It was a dangerous game. Lotanen and her team fought to stay on the convoy's trail, but the forest was dense, the terrain treacherous. They had no choice but to pursue on foot, hoping to intercept the convoy before it disappeared into the night. The pressure mounted as time ticked away, and every moment felt like it could be their last. As they trekked deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with tension. Lotanen's senses were on high alert, her every instinct telling her that they were walking into something far darker than they had anticipated. The sound of the convoy's engines grew faint as they approached the hidden drop-off point. The team crept silently, their movements deliberate and cautious. But then, suddenly, there was a flash of movement up ahead, dark figures darting through the trees. The convoy had stopped, and the operation was about to begin. Lotanen gave the signal for her team to advance. They rushed forward, weapons drawn, but before they could make contact, a series of gunshots rang out, echoing through the forest. Chaos erupted in an instant. Lotanen ducked behind a tree, narrowly avoiding a bullet. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire, and the forest seemed to close in around them. The convoy had been ready for an ambush, and now, the fight for survival had begun. Lotanen's heart raced as she tried to make sense of the situation. They had walked into a trap, one that they might not survive. The gunfire continued, and Lotanen realized just how desperate Korhonen and his people were to protect their operation. She motioned for her team to spread out, trying to flank the convoy and cut off their escape route. But the terrain worked against them. The forest was dense, and every step felt like it took them farther from safety. The figures in the shadows were well trained, moving with precision and skill. It was clear that this was not just a trafficking ring. It was an organized military-style operation. And Korhonen had men willing to fight to the death for him. Case 2. In the early months of 2021, authorities in Utah stumbled upon one of the largest human trafficking operations the state had ever witnessed. It began when a routine investigation into smuggling routes across the border escalated into a high-profile case that eventually revealed the scale of exploitation occurring behind closed doors in the heart of the American West. At the center of this operation was a man known to those in the illegal trade as Victor Torres, a seemingly innocuous individual who lived under the radar in the small town of St. George, Utah. Torres had lived a quiet life, or at least that's what his neighbors thought. A man in his mid-40s, he was a mechanic by trade, working in a local garage for over a decade. He had an unremarkable presence in the community and seemed to live an ordinary life. But beneath the surface, Victor Torres was anything but ordinary. He was a key player in an international human trafficking syndicate that had been operating across the southwestern United States, with Utah serving as one of its primary hubs. He had managed to elude suspicion for years, operating in the shadows, using his trusted connections to build a network of deceit that spanned across borders. Torres had begun his criminal activities in the early 2010s when he became involved with a group that trafficked people for forced labor. Initially, his role was modest, but his skills as a mechanic provided him with a cover, allowing him to operate under the radar. As time went on, Torres became more deeply involved, eventually rising to a position of power in the syndicate. By the time law enforcement had caught wind of his activities, Torres had built a complex network of safe houses, transport routes, and a vast network of recruiters who lured victims into his operation. The first signs that something was amiss came in 2020 when local law enforcement noticed a series of unexplained disappearances in Utah. Migrant workers, often undocumented, had been vanishing without a trace, and several individuals had been found in the desert, disoriented and suffering from severe dehydration. These individuals spoke of being forced to work in the state's construction and agricultural industries, often in dangerous and abusive conditions. Their stories were eerily similar. Promised work in the United States with a decent wage, only to find themselves trapped in squalid conditions, working long hours for little pay, and subjected to constant threats of violence if they tried to escape. The situation became a matter of great concern for local authorities, who immediately began piecing together the information that would eventually lead them to Torres. In the early stages of the investigation, it became clear that Torres had established a sophisticated system for recruiting victims, most of whom were from impoverished countries in Central and South America. Using a network of shady recruitment agents, he promised victims jobs in the United States, mostly in manual labor or domestic work. Once they arrived, however, their passports and documents were confiscated, and they were forced into grueling, dangerous work without any way to escape. Torres had cultivated a reputation as a ruthless leader, with a network that used fear, intimidation, and violence to keep victims in line. It was not just about forced labor, though. Torres had expanded his operation to include sex trafficking as well. His victims, especially young women, were sold into the underground sex trade, where they were forced to perform in brothels, strip clubs, and private residences. It was an insidious system that preyed upon the vulnerable, exploiting them in ways that were unimaginable to most people. These women were often held in isolation, their every movement controlled by the people who worked for Torres. They were given little to no food, beaten for the smallest infractions, and left in constant fear of retribution. The human suffering that Torres' operation caused was immeasurable, and his ability to evade capture for so long was a testament to the organization he had built. As the investigation continued, the authorities learned of the complex logistics behind Torres' operation. He had a network of trusted drivers, safe houses, and even legitimate businesses that he used as fronts for his illicit activities. He would often send his victims across state lines in the backs of cargo trucks, hiding them among shipments of goods, while making sure to avoid checkpoints and law enforcement patrols. His ability to move people across the country without raising suspicion was a skill that few other traffickers could replicate. Torres was careful and calculated, never taking unnecessary risks, and always staying one step ahead of those who were trying to bring him to justice. In the months that followed, the investigation gained traction as more victims were found and more evidence was uncovered. A break in the case came when a woman, who had managed to escape from one of the trafficking houses, contacted law enforcement. She had been held captive for over 6 months, working as a domestic servant for a wealthy family in Salt Lake City. She told investigators of the brutal conditions she had endured and provided crucial information about Torres and his operation. Her testimony, along with the testimonies of other victims, painted a horrifying picture of what was happening behind closed doors in Utah. The law enforcement task force was able to connect the dots, linking Torres to several other high-profile cases of human trafficking across the country. They began to unravel the full extent of his operation, discovering a network that spanned across multiple states, with safe houses, transport routes, and hidden operations in places like Nevada, Arizona, and Colorado. Each new piece of evidence brought them closer to capturing Torres, but the more they uncovered, the more they realized how vast and deeply entrenched his syndicate had become. The final breakthrough came when investigators traced one of Torres' known associates to a remote area in southern Utah. This associate, a man named Juan Rivera, had been responsible for coordinating the transportation of victims from Utah to other states. Using Rivera's cell phone records, the authorities were able to track down one of the safe houses where Torres was believed to be hiding. It was a dilapidated ranch house deep in the desert, surrounded by miles of barren land. The house was isolated, and any attempt to approach it would require extreme caution. This was the moment that would make or break the investigation. The authorities had their plan in place. For weeks, they had been collecting information, gathering resources, and setting up a network of surveillance to take down Victor Torres and his criminal enterprise. The location in southern Utah, which had been identified as one of Torres' safe houses, was their final target. They knew that if they could get to him here, they would dismantle the operation and bring an end to years of suffering that Torres and his associates had caused. But the desert was not an easy place to operate in, and Torres was not a man who could be caught unawares. He had a reputation for being cautious and methodical in everything he did. The task force moved quickly and silently under the cover of darkness. They knew Torres would have his own network of lookout posts and guards, and they needed to take him by surprise. The last thing they wanted was a firefight that could lead to more innocent lives being lost. But the desert stretched out endlessly before them, and the darkness was thick with the weight of anticipation. The team knew that the moment they entered this remote area, there would be no turning back. As they approached the safe house, the tension grew. The only sounds were the crunch of gravel under their boots and the occasional call of a night bird. The houses out here were few and far between, and this ranch house, tucked away in the wilderness, was as desolate as the surrounding landscape. The law enforcement team was well aware that they were walking into a hornet's nest. Any mistake could prove fatal, but they had no choice. The victims, those who had been held captive for months or even years, depended on them to do what no one else had been able to do: take down the man who had enslaved them. The plan was simple: surround the house, get inside, and capture Torres. There was no room for error. The team split into two groups, one to approach the front of the house and the other to circle around to the back. There was no sign of movement, no lights flickering through the dusty windows. It was almost as if the house itself was holding its breath. The task force knew they had to be quick, but every step felt like it carried the weight of 1,000 decisions. As they reached the house, they signaled to each other. One by one, the officers took up their positions, and the leader of the task force, a seasoned detective named Claire Ellis, gave the signal. The door burst open, and they stormed into the house, weapons drawn, their every sense alert for any sign of Torres. Inside, it was eerily quiet, the rooms dimly lit by the glow of old lamps. But the silence was deceptive. Claire had been in enough raids to know that silence often meant danger. There were no immediate signs of struggle, no indication that Torres or his associates were still inside. The team moved swiftly from room to room, clearing the house as efficiently as they could. There were empty cages, chains bolted to the walls, and several rooms that looked like makeshift dormitories for the victims. It was a chilling sight. The house was filthy, neglected, and oppressive, as if it was a prison disguised as a home. It wasn't hard to see the marks of human suffering, scattered belongings, old clothes, and remnants of food that had long since gone stale. The walls of this place had witnessed unimaginable horrors, and the officers felt the weight of that knowledge with every step they took. But Torres was nowhere to be found. The house, while holding so many grim secrets, was empty. The officers quickly began to search the surrounding area, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. It seemed as though Torres had somehow slipped away at the last moment. The team fanned out, covering the barren landscape, and then something caught Claire's eye. Near the far edge of the property, she saw a shadow, faint but unmistakable. Without hesitation, she motioned to the others, and they sprinted toward the area. The land was rugged, covered in sparse brush and rocky outcroppings. It wasn't easy terrain to navigate, but the officers were determined. They knew that Torres would do whatever it took to escape, and he wouldn't go down without a fight. Claire's mind raced with possibilities. What if he had an escape route hidden away, or if he had managed to flee already? The shadow in the distance moved again, and this time Claire was certain. It was Torres. The chase was on. They pursued him for what felt like hours, navigating through the desert landscape, the air thick with dust and the oppressive heat of the setting sun. Every moment was a step closer to capturing him, but the terrain was harsh, and they were growing increasingly exhausted. Torres, however, seemed to know the land intimately. He was fast, his movements deliberate, and despite the heavy burden of fear that weighed on him, he had an uncanny ability to move through the desert with an almost supernatural ease. The officers' radios crackled with updates from the other teams. They were closing in on Torres from all sides, but it was clear that the man had an advantage. He was resourceful, and the years of running his operation had made him nearly impossible to track. Yet, the more they followed him, the more they realized just how much he relied on the land itself to hide him. In the distance, they finally spotted him, there behind a large rock formation, a figure crouching low to the ground. The pursuit had taken them deep into the heart of the desert, where the land twisted and contorted in ways that made it easy to hide. Claire's heart pounded in her chest as she signaled for the team to close in. The moment of truth had arrived. They approached slowly, methodically, knowing that Torres would fight with everything he had. He wasn't going to go down easily. When they were only a few yards away, Claire shouted at him to surrender. For a brief moment, Torres hesitated, his eyes darting around for a way out. But he knew that there was no escape. His empire was crumbling, and the walls were closing in on him. He didn't surrender. Instead, he bolted into a nearby canyon, desperate to put as much distance between himself and the officers as possible. Claire and her team pursued him relentlessly, each step an effort to catch the man who had caused so much suffering. They followed him through the narrow canyon, the walls rising high on either side, closing in on them like the jaws of a trap. At that moment, Claire knew that this was the end of the line for Torres. He had nowhere left to run. As they cornered him, Torres looked back at them with a mixture of defiance and resignation. He had been at the top of his game for years, but now, all that was left was the bitter taste of defeat. His capture marked the end of one of the largest human trafficking rings in the United States, and the authorities knew that this victory was bittersweet. The lives that had been ruined, the families torn apart, could never be undone. But they had made a difference. Torres would never hurt anyone again. The victims he had enslaved were finally free, and while their physical scars would eventually heal, the emotional trauma would take much longer to mend. The story of Victor Torres, the man who had built an empire on the suffering of others, had finally come to an end. The operation to dismantle Torres' network had only just begun, but the team was already feeling the weight of the journey they'd undertaken. Although the moment of his capture felt like a victory, Claire knew that the real work was just beginning. They had to ensure that Torres' operation would be completely eradicated. His arrest would have little meaning if the system he built remained intact. His associates were still free, and the victims who had suffered under his hand remained in the dark. After Torres was apprehended, he was quickly transported to a secure location for questioning. The task force was methodical in their approach, as they knew the man would not be easy to crack. Over the years, he had built an empire by maintaining tight control over every aspect of his operation. He had associates embedded in various parts of the country, people who had likely been in his employ for years. But Torres had grown arrogant, comfortable, and confident, thinking that he could outrun justice forever. He was wrong. The investigation that had led to his capture was a joint effort between multiple law enforcement agencies, each with a specific role to play. But this case wasn't just about taking down one man. It was about wiping out a deeply entrenched criminal organization that spanned multiple countries. As the weeks passed, the task force continued to investigate, uncovering more about the scope of Torres' operations. It was quickly revealed that his operation wasn't limited to Utah. It stretched across the country and beyond. Torres was not a lone wolf. He had a vast network of collaborators, many of whom were operating in plain sight, hidden within various legitimate businesses. It wasn't just human trafficking that Torres was involved in. His empire also included weapons smuggling, drug trafficking, and even arms dealing. His criminal empire was vast, and it had taken years for law enforcement to gather enough evidence to bring him to justice. Claire spent countless hours poring over the case files, working alongside investigators from different agencies, trying to piece together the full extent of the operation. It was a slow and tedious process. Every lead they followed seemed to branch out into a dozen more, and each piece of evidence they uncovered only opened up new avenues of investigation. It was a delicate balance. Too much exposure could jeopardize the entire case. They had to proceed with caution, knowing that the people they were targeting were dangerous, experienced, and ruthless. As Claire worked tirelessly, the victims Torres had enslaved were being taken into protective custody. They were offered safe houses, medical care, and psychological counseling. Many of them had been in the system for so long that they didn't even know how to begin rebuilding their lives. They had been through unspeakable horrors, and the road to recovery was going to be long and difficult. But they were finally free, and that was the most important thing. While the victims' recovery was paramount, Claire couldn't help but think about how much damage had been done in the years Torres had operated unchecked. The number of families that had been destroyed, the lives ruined. It was a staggering thought. She had seen it all before, but never to this extent. She knew the people who suffered because of Torres' actions would never truly heal. The trauma they carried with them would follow them for the rest of their lives. It was a harsh reality, but one that Claire was all too familiar with. In the weeks following Torres' arrest, the full scale of his operation began to emerge. Law enforcement had found dozens of other locations across the country that had been used to store and transport victims. Some were warehouses, others were small, isolated homes, but they all served the same purpose: to keep the victims hidden away from the world. Each of these locations was a potential crime scene, and each required a meticulous investigation. Claire and her team worked around the clock to dismantle the operation, shutting down each safe house and gathering evidence that would help secure convictions for those involved. The deeper they dug, the more horrifying the discoveries became. It seemed as if there was no end to the suffering Torres and his associates had caused. In the meantime, Torres was becoming more cooperative, though not without conditions. He had already made it clear that he would not reveal everything, but he was willing to provide some information in exchange for leniency. Claire had heard the same story from criminals countless times before, and she wasn't about to fall for it. They needed his network to unravel, and they needed him to give them the names of the people who had worked with him, the ones still out there, operating under the radar. As the investigation progressed, the task force began to see the true depth of Torres' influence. The man had established ties with powerful individuals in various industries, including law enforcement, politics, and business. It was a network built on secrecy, deception, and manipulation. These were the kinds of people who could disappear without a trace, who could erase any evidence of their involvement in Torres' operation. They were a formidable enemy, and the task force was beginning to feel the pressure. But Claire wasn't one to back down. She had seen too much to give up now. She had made a promise to the victims that she would do everything in her power to see justice served, and she intended to keep that promise. She knew that Torres was only the beginning. There were bigger fish out there, people who had far more to lose than he did, and it was those people who would prove to be the most dangerous. The weeks turned into months, and the task force began to make significant progress. They were able to track down several of Torres' key associates, and many of them were arrested and brought to trial. It was a slow and methodical process, but it was working. One by one, the pieces of Torres' criminal empire were falling apart. The investigation revealed that Torres had been involved in human trafficking for years, using a variety of methods to bring victims into the country. Some were promised jobs or better lives, others were lured with false promises of a better future, and some were outright kidnapped. Once they arrived in the United States, they were sold into slavery, forced to work in grueling conditions, often without any hope of escape. It was a brutal, unforgiving world, and for the victims, there seemed to be no way out. They were treated as nothing more than commodities, their lives worth less than the money Torres and his associates stood to make. But now, thanks to the tireless efforts of Claire and her team, they were free. The nightmare was over, and the people who had made their lives a living hell would finally pay for their crimes. The story of Victor Torres and his criminal empire was a story of greed, deception, and cruelty. But it was also a story of hope. The hope that, even in the darkest of times, there are people willing to fight for what's right, no matter the cost. As the investigation into Torres' network continued to unfold, the faces of the victims began to blur into an indistinct, faceless mass. Each story they uncovered, each piece of evidence they gathered, added another layer to the depths of horror. There were too many stories, too many lives shattered, and yet every time Claire heard a new one, the weight of it felt like a personal blow. She couldn't imagine how long these people had been forced to endure such trauma, how many had fallen through the cracks of society before they could be rescued. The team had worked hard to locate and arrest several of Torres' key associates, but the further they delved into the criminal empire, the clearer it became that those who were still at large were far more dangerous. They weren't just petty criminals, they were master manipulators, skilled in the art of evading law enforcement and covering their tracks. They used false identities, fake paperwork, and forged documents to disguise their activities, making it nearly impossible for anyone to trace their connections. And they had money, lots of it. Torres was just the tip of the iceberg. It became evident to Claire that what they were dealing with was far bigger than they had initially realized. Torres had built his empire over many years, and it was clear now that he had been only one cog in a vast, sprawling machine. His network reached into every corner of society, from small-time traffickers to high-powered politicians, from law enforcement officers to businessmen, and everywhere in between. The deeper they dug, the more corruption they found. It was a system that had been carefully designed to evade detection, to remain hidden in plain sight. There was a sense of urgency now, a pressure that weighed heavily on Claire's shoulders. With every passing day, more victims were at risk of being lost forever in this criminal underworld. The network needed to be dismantled, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the cold, hard truth of the operation. Torres' arrest had been just the beginning, but it was clear that his empire would not crumble without a fight. There were far too many people invested in the success of this operation to simply let it fall apart. Claire was relentless, pushing forward with unwavering determination. Her nights had become sleepless, filled with endless files and case reports. She reviewed evidence after evidence, connecting dots that others couldn't see. Each discovery felt like an admission of guilt, as though she were uncovering the truth buried beneath layer after layer of deception. It was the kind of work that could consume a person, and Claire knew that her obsession with finding the truth could come at a cost. She had seen it before, how the pursuit of justice could strip a person of their humanity, turning them into something less than what they once were. But Claire wasn't willing to let that happen. She wasn't just doing this for herself. She was doing it for the victims who could not speak for themselves, for the families who had been torn apart by Torres' operation. She had seen firsthand the damage that human trafficking could cause, and she would stop at nothing to ensure that those responsible paid for their crimes. There was no room for weakness, no room for hesitation. It was an all-or-nothing situation, and Claire had long since decided which side she was on. The investigation reached a critical point when the team managed to track down a series of encrypted communications between Torres and his associates. These messages revealed a network of transportation routes that had been used to smuggle victims across the country, as well as a list of individuals who had been involved in overseeing the victims' exploitation. The communications painted a chilling picture of just how vast and organized Torres' operation had been. It wasn't just about money for Torres and his associates. It was about power, control, and the ability to manipulate people's lives for their own gain. The victims were mere tools, instruments in a system designed to generate wealth and maintain the status quo. It was a system that had operated in the shadows for far too long, and now, thanks to the tireless work of Claire and her team, that system was starting to unravel. The more they learned about the trafficking routes and the people involved, the more it became clear that this was a global operation with far-reaching implications. The victims were being transported from all over the world. Some were trafficked from Eastern Europe, others from Asia, and even from South America. They were often told they were being given opportunities for a better life, but in reality, they were being sold into slavery, forced to work in factories, brothels, or on farms. They were often subjected to physical and emotional abuse, their lives controlled by those who held the keys to their freedom. The authorities in Utah, now fully aware of the scale of Torres' network, began coordinating with other law enforcement agencies around the world. They were determined to bring down every part of the organization, to ensure that no one would ever fall victim to Torres' kind of exploitation again. But as they worked to track down and arrest those involved, they faced constant resistance from powerful individuals who were determined to protect their own interests. It was clear that the fight for justice would not be won easily. Despite the challenges, the team pressed on, determined to dismantle the criminal empire piece by piece. They followed every lead, no matter how small, and they never gave up. Each arrest, each piece of evidence, brought them closer to the truth. But as they got closer to the heart of the operation, they began to realize just how much was at stake. The criminals involved in this network were not ordinary people. They were ruthless, willing to do anything to protect their wealth and power. They had connections at the highest levels, and they weren't afraid to use them. The investigation turned into a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, with law enforcement working tirelessly to track down leads while the criminals did everything in their power to stay one step ahead. Claire was more determined than ever, but she knew that they were facing a formidable adversary. This was no longer just about taking down a single criminal organization. It was about dismantling a system of exploitation that had been in place for years. The story of Torres and his criminal empire was just the beginning. It was a small part of a much larger story, one that would take years to fully uncover. But Claire knew one thing for sure. They would not stop until justice was served, no matter the cost. The battle was far from over, but with each victory, they were one step closer to bringing down one of the most powerful and dangerous criminal organizations the world had ever known. As the investigation continued, the team began to uncover more shocking details about the trafficking ring's scope. The network was more sophisticated than anyone had initially realized, spanning multiple continents and operating in the shadows of society. It was not just a simple operation, it was a well-organized global enterprise. Claire could feel the weight of the truth pressed down on her with every new revelation. The victims were being moved across borders, shuffled between safe houses, and subjected to forced labor, sexual exploitation, and unimaginable violence. Every lead they followed seemed to reveal another layer of horror. One of the most chilling aspects of the investigation was the realization that Torres wasn't operating alone. His empire was built on a vast network of criminals, each one playing a small but essential role in the larger scheme. There were the smugglers who moved the victims, the recruiters who lured them into the trap with promises of better opportunities, the corrupt officials who helped them evade detection, and the buyers who paid to exploit human lives for profit. But there was another player, someone far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. It became clear that Torres was merely a pawn in a much larger game. The true mastermind behind the operation was a shadowy figure known only by the codename, the Broker. This individual had managed to stay completely out of sight, with no known identity, no traceable history. The Broker had connections to some of the most powerful people in the world, business leaders, politicians, and law enforcement officials who turned a blind eye to the trafficking in exchange for a cut of the profits. No one knew who the Broker was, but Claire knew that finding this person was the key to shutting down the entire operation. As Claire and her team worked tirelessly to piece together the puzzle, they began to realize just how deep the corruption went. The trafficking network wasn't just operating in the shadows, it had infiltrated the highest levels of society. There were whispers of deals being made behind closed doors, of powerful individuals using their influence to protect the traffickers in exchange for bribes and favors. The investigation had become a war on two fronts. Not only were they fighting to expose the criminals responsible for trafficking humans, but they were also fighting against a system of corruption that had allowed this operation to thrive for so long. The sense of urgency grew with each passing day. Claire could feel the pressure mounting as they uncovered more and more evidence of the vast scale of the operation. She knew that time was running out to stop the trafficking ring before more lives were destroyed. But as they closed in on the broker, Claire began to notice something strange. There were subtle signs that someone within their own team might be leaking information. Confidential details of the investigation were being compromised, and it became clear that the criminals were always one step ahead. The betrayal stung, and Claire couldn't help but feel a sense of isolation as she struggled to trust anyone. She had always prided herself on her ability to lead with integrity, but now the lines between right and wrong seemed blurred. The very people she had trusted to help her take down the trafficking network were possibly working against her. The paranoia that crept in was overwhelming, but she couldn't afford to let it distract her. She had a job to do, and too many lives were at stake to let her doubts get in the way. One fateful night, they received a tip that led them to a safe house just outside of Salt Lake City. The team moved quickly, knowing that this could be the break they had been waiting for. Claire's heart raced as they approached the location, the weight of the investigation heavy on her shoulders. It was clear that this safe house wasn't just a temporary shelter for victims. It was a hub of activity for the trafficking network. This was where the victims were being held, prepared to be transported to their next destination. This was where the criminals met, made deals, and coordinated their operations. The team surrounded the building, their hearts pounding as they prepared to breach the door. Claire's thoughts were a blur. She knew that every second counted. They couldn't afford to make a mistake. Inside that house were the answers they had been seeking, and possibly even the identity of the broker. As the door was kicked open, Claire and her team stormed inside, their weapons drawn. The scene that greeted them was beyond what they could have expected. It was a mess of confusion, fear, and chaos. Several victims were inside, shackled and disoriented, their eyes wide with terror. The traffickers, however, were nowhere to be found. It didn't take long for Claire to realize that they had been set up. The criminals had anticipated the raid, and it was clear now that they had been following their every move. The safe house had been abandoned, and all that remained were the victims, left behind to fend for themselves. But as Claire looked around the room, she saw something that chilled her to the core. There, scrawled on the wall in what appeared to be blood, was a message. "You are too late." It was a taunt, a reminder that the broker was always watching, always one step ahead. The investigation had reached a critical point, and Claire knew that they had to act quickly. The broker was no longer just a figure in the shadows. This was someone who had been playing them all along. But the message left behind was a clear sign that the game was far from over. Claire's instincts told her that they were getting closer to the truth, but with each step forward, she could feel the danger closing in. It was only a matter of time before the criminals would retaliate. As the team processed the evidence and helped the victims, Claire's mind raced. She knew that they couldn't afford to let the broker slip away. This was the break they had been waiting for, but it was also the most dangerous moment of the investigation. The traffickers were ruthless, and the broker was far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. If they didn't act quickly, the entire operation could collapse, and the victims would once again disappear into the void, lost forever. The pressure was suffocating, but Claire refused to back down. She had come too far, and there was no turning back now. The clock was ticking, and with every passing minute, the stakes grew higher. She had to find the broker before it was too late. Case 3. In the remote and vast expanses of Wyoming, a state known for its rugged landscapes, sparse population, and deep-rooted sense of independence, a chilling crime was unfolding, one that would shatter the peace of this quiet corner of the United States. The year was 2020, and Wyoming, though often seen as untouched by the more glamorous or notorious stories of human trafficking, was unknowingly becoming the epicenter of a massive human smuggling operation that would eventually be uncovered by a determined group of law enforcement officers. At the heart of this operation was a man named Viktor Risnov, a 45-year-old Russian national who had made his way to the U.S. years earlier under the guise of seeking asylum. Risnov, with his strikingly cold blue eyes and sharp, calculating features, had quickly established himself within the underground world of trafficking. He was not a man of physical confrontation, but of manipulation and cunning. He operated in the shadows, using legitimate businesses as fronts and corrupting local officials to mask his operations. His business acumen and ability to blend in with the people around him allowed him to remain undetected for years. Risnov had grown up in a town that was no stranger to corruption. Born into poverty, he had learned early on how to navigate the world of underhanded deals. By the time he reached his late 20s, Victor had begun working for various criminal organizations in Europe, running smuggling operations that involved weapons, drugs, and, as he grew more ambitious, human beings. His targets were the most vulnerable: migrants looking for a better life, families fleeing from war-torn countries, and individuals desperate for a way out of their current lives. These people would be his merchandise. It wasn't long before Victor set his sights on the United States. The allure of the country's vast land and fractured border enforcement seemed like the perfect place to expand his operation. Once in the U.S., he quietly integrated into small communities, becoming a fixture in the hospitality industry. He ran several businesses in the hospitality sector under false names, which served as fronts for his trafficking activities. From these seemingly legitimate ventures, he could keep tabs on potential victims and recruit people to transport or house his cargo. By 2020, Risnov had recruited a network of individuals from across the globe, many of whom had no idea the full extent of the operation they were aiding. They thought they were simply helping people relocate or offering jobs to those in need. Little did they know, they were part of a massive human trafficking syndicate that was operating right under the noses of local authorities. The first sign that something was amiss came when a local law enforcement officer, Detective Sarah Jensen, was called to investigate a string of missing persons cases in Cheyenne, Wyoming, the state's largest city. The disappearances were not isolated, they seemed to have a pattern. All of the missing people had arrived in the area recently, many of them with backgrounds as immigrants or those looking for work. Some had been found in nearby towns, often looking disoriented and confused, but most had simply vanished. Detective Jensen, a seasoned investigator with over 15 years of experience, quickly began connecting the dots. Her suspicion grew as she spoke with local businesses that had hired many of the missing individuals, particularly those working in construction and hospitality. A few employees were reported to have been seen in the company of unfamiliar men who, in retrospect, seemed to be overseeing the workers, but never engaging with the community. These men, who were often seen as outsiders in a town that prided itself on its small-town charm, had been around for several months, but their presence had gone largely unnoticed. At first, there was no concrete evidence that connected these men to the disappearances, but Jensen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As she dug deeper into the businesses that had hired these individuals, she discovered that Victor Risnov's name appeared on several documents, albeit in different forms. The trail of paperwork she unearthed showed that Risnov had been operating across various industries in Wyoming under different aliases. His businesses seemed successful on the surface, but as she looked closer, she found discrepancies that hinted at a much darker operation beneath the surface. One of the crucial pieces of evidence came from a construction company in Jackson Hole. The company had been building a series of luxury homes for wealthy clients, but there was something unusual about the workers. Many of the men and women had been working long hours without proper pay and often appeared in poor physical condition. When Jensen interviewed some of the workers who had managed to escape, they told her harrowing tales of exploitation and forced labor. But it wasn't just labor trafficking. They spoke of being held against their will, of being moved from place to place in the dead of night, and of being kept in isolation. As Jensen pieced together these disturbing accounts, it became clear that Victor Risnov was not operating alone. He had a network of loyal followers, many of whom had been with him for years. These individuals worked as enforcers, handlers, and facilitators of the trafficking operation. They were the ones who moved the victims, controlled the environment, and ensured that the operation ran smoothly. They were also the ones who disposed of anyone who posed a threat. Detective Jensen wasn't the only one to notice the disturbing patterns. The FBI had been investigating similar operations across the country, and they began to see a link between Risnov's activities and other, larger trafficking networks that span the United States. As the investigation intensified, Risnov grew more cautious but also more desperate. He knew that the authorities were closing in on him, and he took steps to cover his tracks. moving his operations into even more isolated and hard-to-reach locations in Wyoming's backcountry. As the investigation continued, Detective Jensen found herself increasingly drawn into the darkness that Victor Reesnov had woven around Wyoming. She spent countless hours combing through records, talking to informants, and piecing together evidence that connected Reesnov to the web of human trafficking. The deeper she delved, the more unsettling the picture became. Reesnov's operation was not just a single event. It was a sprawling network, operating on a scale that none of them had anticipated. What truly struck Jensen, however, was the sheer breadth of Reesnov's influence. He had embedded himself into the local economy, creating a system of businesses that provided the perfect cover for his illicit activities. One by one, Jensen followed the trail from the construction companies to a series of hotels and motels, each one registered under different names, with workers coming and going, but rarely staying for long periods. Most of these businesses had legitimate customers, but they also served as holding centers for the people Reesnov smuggled in from across the globe. The victims were often brought to these places under the pretense of receiving work, but once there, they were trapped. They were told that they owed massive debts to the organization, debts that could only be paid off through endless hours of labor, with no hope of escape. Some were made to work in the hotels, others in construction, while a few were forced into more nefarious activities, including sex work. The worst part was that these individuals had no idea where they were. They were cut off from their families and friends, isolated in small towns where no one would suspect the horrors taking place behind closed doors. At first, the FBI wasn't sure whether to assign resources to a case in Wyoming, considering the state's relatively low crime rate. However, as the evidence mounted, the gravity of the situation became undeniable. The case had already reached national attention, and the pressure to act was mounting. It was no longer just a local investigation. It was part of a larger, more intricate web of trafficking that stretched across the country. The U.S. government had already been investigating other human trafficking networks, but Reesnov's operation stood out because of its scale and sophistication. As Jensen and her team followed the evidence trail, they came across a warehouse in a remote part of the state, hidden deep in the foothills. The building was an industrial facility, registered to a fake company, and operated almost entirely at night. It was here that Victor Reesnov coordinated the movement of people, often with the help of his enforcers. They would pick up victims from various locations, transport them in unmarked vans, and bring them to the warehouse where they would be held until they were sent off to one of the other locations. Jensen, along with a team of local law enforcement officers, arranged for surveillance of the warehouse. For weeks, they watched as individuals were brought in, some of them disoriented and frightened, others looking resigned to their fate. The authorities could see that the victims were being shuffled in and out of the building, but they had no concrete evidence of what was going on inside. Reesnov was smart. He used his connections to ensure that no one who could blow his cover ever got too close. He kept his distance, allowing his lieutenants to handle the day-to-day operations. But then came a break in the case. One evening, a man named Antonio Morales, a former member of Reesnov's organization, walked into the Cheyenne police station with information that would change everything. Antonio had been part of the smuggling operation for nearly 2 years, but over time, he had grown disillusioned with the lifestyle. His conscience began to weigh heavily on him, and after a series of events in which he saw firsthand the abuse of women and children in the trafficking network, he could no longer live with himself. Fearing for his own life, he decided to come forward and tell the authorities everything. Antonio's testimony was invaluable. He revealed the inner workings of Victor Reesnov's network, including the way the victims were transported, how they were kept in line, and the various ways in which they were exploited. He also provided the names of several key players in the operation, some of whom had connections within local law enforcement. This was a turning point in the investigation. With this new information, Detective Jensen and her team were able to build a case strong enough to raid the warehouse and begin rescuing the victims. The operation was carried out under the cover of darkness. FBI agents, along with local officers, moved in swiftly surrounding the warehouse. They had to act quickly, knowing that Victor Reesnov would not hesitate to flee if he sensed danger. As they breached the door, they were met with an eerie silence. Inside, they found rows of cages and makeshift sleeping arrangements, some of which still held victims, others were empty. The evidence was overwhelming. Reesnov had been running a highly organized and systematic trafficking operation, but now, with the raid underway, the network was crumbling. In the chaos of the raid, Viktor Risnov was not among those arrested. He had vanished without a trace, likely tipped off by one of his loyal enforcers. However, the authorities had seized an enormous amount of evidence, including detailed records, maps of trafficking routes, and a list of individuals who had been involved in the operation. The victims were rescued and taken to safety, where they would receive medical care and support. As the days turned into weeks, the authorities worked tirelessly to identify everyone involved in the operation. Many of Risnov's associates were captured, but Viktor himself remained elusive. It was clear that he had planned for this moment, always staying one step ahead of the authorities. But the damage had been done. The operation was broken, and the people who had once been at the mercy of Viktor Risnov were now free. The case would go down in history as one of the largest human trafficking busts in U.S. history. But for Detective Jensen and her team, the victory was bittersweet. They had rescued dozens of individuals, but there were still many who remained lost in the world of trafficking, and the scars of those who had been exploited would take years to heal. The investigation into Viktor Risnov's activities continued, and though the man himself had slipped through their grasp, his empire had been dismantled. For the survivors, life would never be the same. Many would struggle to rebuild their lives, haunted by the memories of what they had endured. But there was hope now, something that had been denied to them for so long. The long road to recovery had begun, and with it came the promise that those responsible for their suffering would face justice. In the years that followed, Viktor Risnov remained a ghost, a name spoken in whispers among the criminal underworld. Some said he had fled the country, others claimed he had disappeared into the vast wilderness of Wyoming. But whatever his fate, one thing was clear: his operation was finished. And the people who had been his victims would no longer be silenced. They had fought back, and in the end, they had won. As the weeks passed, the shockwaves from the bust continued to reverberate through the community. Detective Jensen found herself at the center of a whirlwind of media attention. The success of the operation was being hailed as a monumental victory in the fight against human trafficking, but for Jensen, it was not a victory to be celebrated. She had witnessed firsthand the cruelty and exploitation that had taken place under Viktor Risnov's reign. The survivors, although freed, carried with them the weight of their trauma, and she knew it would take years for them to find peace. One evening, as Jensen sat at her desk going through the final reports, she received a phone call that she wasn't expecting. It was from Antonio Morales, the former member of Risnov's operation, who had helped turn the tide of the investigation. He was shaken, his voice trembling, as he told her that he had received a warning, an ominous message that someone was looking for him. He had been staying in a witness protection program, but Risnov's network was vast, and they had eyes everywhere. "I can't shake the feeling that they're still watching me," Antonio admitted. "I thought I was safe, but I'm not so sure anymore." Jensen's heart sank. Despite the raid and the arrests, she knew that the remnants of Risnov's empire were still out there, lurking in the shadows. She reassured Antonio that the authorities were doing everything they could to keep him safe, but deep down, she knew that it was never that simple. Viktor Risnov was a master at covering his tracks, and if there was one thing she had learned throughout the investigation, it was that nothing was ever as it seemed. Jensen's thoughts turned to the survivors. While the bust had rescued dozens of people from Risnov's clutches, there were still many more victims, hidden in plain sight, scattered across the country. The network was far-reaching, and Risnov had created a system so intricate that it was nearly impossible to untangle. Even now, as the authorities closed in on the remaining members of the operation, there was a sense of urgency, a need to act quickly before the remnants of the network could regroup and start over somewhere else. She had seen the horror on the faces of the survivors, the fear, the confusion, the disbelief that they had made it out alive. Many of them were from other countries, brought to the United States under false pretenses, promised jobs and a better life. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a world of violence and exploitation. Some were taken from their homes in the dead of night. Others had been sold into the network by desperate relatives who had no idea what they were getting into. Most of the survivors were young women, though there were also children, men, and even elderly people who had been caught in the web. Each one had a story, each one a heartbreaking account of survival against unimaginable odds. Jensen had spent hours with some of them, listening to their stories, offering what comfort she could. But there was little comfort to be found. The scars of their experiences ran deep, and for many of them, the journey ahead was going to be long and fraught with challenges. One of the survivors who left a lasting impact on Jensen was a young woman named Maria. She was only 16 when she had been lured into the trafficking ring by promises of a job as a hotel receptionist. When she arrived in Wyoming, she quickly realized that the job didn't exist. Instead, she was forced to work long hours in one of the motels that Risnov controlled, cleaning rooms and catering to clients who came for purposes far darker than mere lodging. When she tried to escape, she was caught, and Risnov's enforcers made sure she learned the hard way that there was no way out. Maria's story was not unique, but the bravery with which she told it was. She had been through hell and back, but when she was finally rescued, she clung to hope. She wanted justice, and she wanted others to know what had happened. Maria's testimony would play a pivotal role in the legal proceedings against those involved in Risnov's operation. As the months went by, Jensen worked tirelessly alongside the FBI to follow every lead, track down every suspect, and piece together the full extent of Viktor Risnov's empire. They managed to apprehend several key members of the network, but the elusive leader himself remained at large. Despite their best efforts, there were no signs of Risnov. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the wreckage of his operation. Jensen had always known that Viktor Risnov was dangerous, but now she understood just how deeply his influence had reached. It wasn't just about the trafficking. Risnov had built a system that was intricately woven into the fabric of society. He had bought off local officials, bribed law enforcement officers, and created a network of loyal enforcers who would stop at nothing to protect him. The operation spanned not just Wyoming, but several states, with tentacles reaching as far as California, Nevada, and Texas. It became clear that the network was still operating, albeit in a much smaller capacity. They had learned from the bust and adapted quickly, scattering and hiding their operations under new names, using different methods to transport and house the victims. Risnov's departure had created a vacuum, and while many of his subordinates were apprehended, others quickly stepped in to take their place. One of the most unsettling discoveries Jensen made was that some of the survivors, who had been freed from Risnov's clutches, were now at risk of being re-trafficked. There were rumors circulating that members of Risnov's network were targeting those who had been rescued, trying to convince them to return to the life they had escaped. They preyed on the vulnerability of the victims, offering them false promises of safety or using threats to control them. Jensen worked closely with organizations that specialized in supporting human trafficking survivors, ensuring that the victims had access to counseling, housing, and legal assistance. The authorities took measures to protect the survivors, placing them in secure locations and giving them new identities if necessary. But it was a race against time. The longer the survivors stayed in hiding, the greater the risk that they would be found and dragged back into the system they had fought so hard to escape. Detective Jensen was well aware that the case was far from over. Viktor Risnov's operation may have been dismantled, but his influence still lingered, casting a long shadow over the lives of the survivors. The pursuit of justice was ongoing, and Jensen was determined to ensure that no one would forget the horrors that had been unleashed upon Wyoming. She would continue the fight, not just for the survivors, but for every person who had been affected by Risnov's reign of terror. But as the investigation into the trafficking network continued, Jensen found herself haunted by a chilling thought. Had they truly caught all the pieces of the puzzle? Viktor Risnov may have been gone, but the true depth of his operation, the connections that had allowed him to operate undetected for so long, were still being uncovered. As more victims came forward, as more evidence came to light, Jensen realized that the case had only scratched the surface of a much larger and more insidious network. Viktor Risnov's empire might have fallen, but the fight against human trafficking in Wyoming, and across the country, was far from over. And as long as there were people willing to exploit others for profit, Detective Jensen would be there, fighting for justice, one case at a time. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, but the investigation into Viktor Risnov's empire never lost its urgency. Despite the arrests, the network that had been exposed, and the survivors who had been rescued, Jensen knew that the full extent of the operation still lay beneath the surface. It was like peeling back the layers of a rotting onion. Every layer revealed more rot, more corruption, and more horror. The phone calls and tips continued to flood in, each one more unsettling than the last. Victims who had escaped spoke of others still trapped, of hidden networks operating across state lines, and of the way Risnov had managed to manipulate people into keeping silent. It was no longer just about trafficking. It was about a system of control, one that had infiltrated law enforcement, politics, and every level of society. Jensen sat in her office late one evening, reviewing case files, when she received an unexpected visitor. The door to her office creaked open, and she looked up to see a familiar face, Antonio Morales. He looked different, thinner, more haggard than she remembered, but the haunted expression in his eyes was the same. "Jensen," he said, his voice soft but steady. "I've been hearing things about Risnov." Jensen gestured for him to sit, motioning to the empty chair across from her desk. She had expected this. She had known that Antonio, being part of the inner circle of Risnov's operation, would eventually be approached by someone still loyal to the man they had taken down. The question was who and why. "Tell me everything," she said, leaning forward, her voice low and intent. Antonio took a seat, but he didn't look at her right away. His eyes were fixed on something beyond her, something distant, as though his mind were miles away. After a long pause, he spoke again, his words measured. "They're not gone, Jensen. Not completely. Risnov's people are still out there, and they're trying to rebuild. I've been getting calls, whispers, telling me that things are starting to move again. They're regrouping, finding new people, new ways to transport victims." Jensen's stomach tightened at his words. She had suspected as much. The arrest of Viktor Risnov might have dealt a crippling blow to the trafficking network, but it hadn't eliminated it. In fact, it seemed to have caused a ripple effect, like a stone thrown into a pond, with the waves spreading outward, touching every corner of the country. "What do you mean starting to move again?" Jensen asked, her voice sharper now. Antonio swallowed, his throat dry. "I've been contacted by a few people who used to work for Risnov. They're telling me that someone new is taking over. Someone worse. They're not just selling people anymore. They're running a full-fledged operation, smuggling people across the border, into Canada, and even into Mexico. And they're using new methods, online ads, fake charities, even legitimate-looking businesses. People don't even know they're being trafficked until it's too late." Jensen's mind raced. She had known the network was resourceful, but this was something else. They were adapting, evolving, and becoming more dangerous in the process. And this time, they were harder to track, harder to infiltrate. Risnov had been a master at running a covert operation, but the new players were taking the game to an entirely new level. "How do we stop them?" Jensen asked, though she already knew the answer. There was no easy solution. No single raid that would take them down. It would take years, decades, perhaps, to fully dismantle the system Risnov had created. But she wasn't about to give up. She couldn't. "I don't know," Antonio replied, his voice filled with frustration. "But they're watching me. I can feel it. I can't stay here much longer." Jensen sat back in her chair, processing the weight of his words. She had known that there would be no easy answers in this fight, but hearing Antonio speak so openly about the ongoing threat made the battle ahead feel even more daunting. "We'll need to go deeper," she said, almost to herself. "We'll need to infiltrate them again. Find out who's behind all of this." Antonio's eyes widened. "Are you serious? After everything that happened? After all the lives we've already risked?" Jensen met his gaze firmly. "Yes. We can't let them continue. If we don't stop them now, they'll only get stronger. We've already seen how much damage they've done." Antonio fell silent, staring at the desk as if weighing his options. After a long pause, he nodded, though reluctantly. "I'll help," he said quietly. "But you need to know, I don't trust anyone anymore. Not after what I've seen." Jensen understood. The betrayal, the lies, the manipulation, they had all taken their toll. But she also knew that Antonio had a unique insight into the inner workings of the trafficking network, and his knowledge could prove invaluable in bringing it down for good. The following days were filled with tense planning. Jensen met with her team, and they began to strategize how they could infiltrate the new network. They would need to gather intelligence, identify key players, and work with federal agencies to track down the locations where the traffickers were operating. But time was running out. Every minute they spent in preparation was another minute the traffickers used to expand their reach. Jensen's mind was always on the victims. Every day, she thought about the faces of the people who had been freed from Risnov's grip. What had they been through? How could they ever rebuild their lives? Some of them had found homes, gone into therapy, and started to piece together their shattered identities. But for many, the scars, both physical and psychological, would never fade. They had been forever marked by the horrors they had experienced. Maria, the young woman who had once been so afraid, had become a symbol of hope for the others. She had chosen to speak out, to share her story with the world. Her courage inspired others to do the same, and the ripple effect continued to spread. It wasn't easy for any of them, but they were survivors. And as long as they were alive, there was always a chance for redemption. But Jensen knew that for every survivor she helped, there were still more victims out there, waiting to be freed. As much as she wanted to believe that the fight against human trafficking was nearing its end, the reality was that the war was far from over. Risnov's empire might have crumbled, but the shadow he had cast still loomed large over the country. Jensen knew what she had to do. She would keep fighting, no matter the cost. The darkness was still out there, and she wasn't about to let it win. She would bring justice to those who had suffered, and she would stop those who thought they could get away with their crimes. The fight was far from over, and she was just getting started. The rest of the world may have forgotten about Risnov, but for Jensen, the battle had only just begun. Jensen had no intention of giving up. The hours spent in her office, poring over the case files, had only made her more determined to uncover the truth. Every new detail, every lead that came in, only strengthened her resolve. She had seen what these traffickers were capable of, and she knew they wouldn't stop until they had built something even worse than Risnov's empire. But as she sat there, the weight of everything that had happened began to settle on her. She couldn't escape the feeling that there was something she had missed. Maybe it was because of how quickly the operation had unraveled when Risnov was arrested, or perhaps it was the fact that things were still moving despite the disruption. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Jensen wasn't the only one who felt the magnitude of the task ahead. Antonio, though reluctant, had agreed to help. She knew his involvement was key, not only because of his knowledge of the traffickers' tactics, but also because he had first-hand insight into the minds of those who were still loyal to Risnov's cause. He was deeply entrenched in their world, and the idea of turning his back on that life was not something he took lightly. It had been a few days since their conversation, and Jensen had already begun implementing her plan to infiltrate the new trafficking network. The first step was to gather information, and the only way to do that was through Antonio's contacts, those who were still tied to the old world. Antonio had insisted that the best way to get back in touch with the traffickers was through a middleman named Thomas Richter, a shady individual who was known for running illegal gambling rings and using the profits to fund other illicit activities. It wasn't much to go on, but it was a lead, and sometimes a single lead was enough to unlock the door to the rest of the operation. The night Jensen met Antonio at the local diner felt heavy. It was late, and the place was empty save for a few workers finishing their shifts. Antonio's face was more drawn than ever, and his clothes hung loosely around his frame, as if the weight of what he had been through was physically manifesting itself. "He's agreed to meet," Antonio said as he sat down across from Jensen, his voice low. "But I don't trust him. He's not exactly the kind of guy who likes to work with law enforcement." Jensen nodded, already anticipating the risks involved. It wasn't going to be easy. It never was. But the price of inaction was too great to ignore. "We'll keep it discreet," she replied. "But we can't afford to waste any time. We need to know what Richter knows about the new network, and we need to know fast." The meeting with Richter was arranged for the next night in a quiet, secluded part of town. A warehouse on the outskirts, where shadows seemed to cling to the walls like ghosts. It was the perfect location for an exchange, far from prying eyes. But it was also the perfect location for danger. The plan was simple. Jensen and Antonio would go in under the guise of potential clients, looking to buy information. Jensen knew she had to remain calm, stay in control of the situation at all costs. They couldn't afford any mistakes. As the night wore on, Jensen couldn't help but feel the weight of the decision pressing on her. She had been through so much already, lost friends, lost trust, and nearly lost herself in the process, but this was different. If they didn't stop this new network now, the lives of countless more victims would be torn apart. The thought of that was enough to push her forward, despite the growing tension in her chest. They arrived at the warehouse just before midnight, the air cold and biting. The sound of distant cars on the highway was the only noise that broke the silence. Antonio led the way, moving with the familiar confidence of someone who had walked these streets before. Jensen followed closely, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. They were about to step into the unknown. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, with shadows stretching across the concrete floor like ominous figures. There was no sign of Richter at first, but Jensen knew better than to assume anything. She had seen enough to understand how quickly things could go wrong. And sure enough, as they ventured deeper into the building, a figure emerged from the darkness. Thomas Richter wasn't a man who looked like he had much to lose. His rough exterior, a patchwork of tattoos and scars, suggested a life lived on the edge. He had the kind of presence that made you wary, like a predator sizing up its prey. His eyes were cold, calculating, and Jensen could see the calculation behind them even before he spoke. "You two come here often?" Richter's voice was low, almost mocking. He was sizing them up, trying to gauge their true intentions. Jensen remained calm, despite the way his eyes lingered on her. She knew she couldn't afford to give anything away. "We're here to talk business," she said, her voice steady. "We're looking to buy information. Something valuable." Richter raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. He wasn't one to engage in business deals without knowing exactly who he was dealing with. It was a game to him, a way to see if they were serious or if they were just another pair of cops trying to get information. "I don't deal in something valuable, sweetheart," he replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I deal in facts. Real facts. So, what's your story?" Antonio took a step forward, his face impassive. "We're looking for information on a new network. One that's been operating since Risnov's arrest." At the mention of Risnov's name, Richter's eyes flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly. But it was enough for Jensen to notice. He knew something. He knew more than he was letting on. Richter leaned back against a crate, his arms crossed. He was playing it cool, trying to figure out if they were worth his time. "You think I'm going to give you information just like that?" Richter said with a laugh. "I've got a lot of people watching me, and I don't take kindly to snitches. You two got a price for that kind of info." Jensen didn't flinch. She knew what had to be done. "We have what you want, but you won't get it unless you tell us what we need to know. The people behind this new operation. Who are they? Where are they hiding?" Richter's gaze hardened, but for a split second, Jensen saw something flicker in his eyes. He was weighing his options, wondering how much he could get away with. "You want answers, huh?" he said finally. "I might know a few things, but you're gonna owe me. Big time." Jensen nodded. "We'll make sure you get what you want. Just tell us what we need to know." The tension in the air was palpable as Richter moved closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "There's a new player, someone more dangerous than Risnov. They're moving people through underground routes, places you wouldn't think to look, and they're working with people on the inside. Politicians, law enforcement. It's bigger than you think." Jensen's heart skipped a beat. This was it. This was the break she had been waiting for. But she knew this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. Jensen and Antonio left the warehouse, each step carrying the weight of what they had just learned. The night was cold, the air thick with the promise of more danger. Richter's words echoed in her mind. "It's bigger than you think." She couldn't ignore the chill running down her spine. Every instinct told her this wasn't just about a human trafficking network anymore. It was something more insidious, more widespread. There was no turning back now. As they made their way to the car, Antonio spoke for the first time since their meeting with Richter. His voice was low, laced with a mixture of concern and fear. "Do you realize what this means?" he asked, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror, as if expecting someone to follow them. Jensen nodded slowly, keeping her focus on the road ahead. "It means we're up against something we didn't expect. This new player. They're tied to people in power. We're not just fighting criminals, we're fighting a system." Antonio slammed his fist against the dashboard, his frustration evident. "I should have seen it. We were too focused on Risnov. Too focused on the past." He paused, then added, "But it's not too late. We still have time to stop this." Jensen knew he was right. Every second counted. The information Richter had given them was a breakthrough, but it was only the beginning. She needed to understand the full scope of what they were dealing with. "The routes Richter mentioned," Jensen mused aloud, "they have to be tied to something more organized. It's not just about moving people. It's about money, power, and control." Antonio's grip on the steering wheel tightened. "We need to get to those routes. We need to find out who's pulling the strings. But we also need to be careful. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it'll get." "I know," Jensen replied, "but we don't have a choice. This network, it's not just affecting the victims. It's infecting the entire system. And if we don't stop it, who will?" The drive to their next destination was filled with silence, each lost in their thoughts. Jensen knew Antonio was right to be cautious. They had no idea how far-reaching this operation really was. But the one thing she was certain of was that they couldn't walk away now. The stakes were too high, and there were lives on the line. By the time they reached their temporary safe house, it was nearly dawn. The sky was just beginning to lighten, casting a soft glow over the city. Jensen's mind raced as she sifted through everything they had learned. The new player, the underground routes, the powerful figures involved. It was all part of a larger puzzle. But the pieces didn't quite fit together yet. Inside the safe house, Antonio immediately began contacting his old connections, trying to track down any information about the underground routes Richter had mentioned. Jensen sat at the table, her laptop open in front of her. She scrolled through files, looking for any link between the people they were investigating and the new network. Her fingers flew over the keys as she pieced together the threads. Minutes turned into hours as they dug deeper into the web of corruption that surrounded them. The new player, whoever they were, had a network that spanned continents. Every time they thought they were close to a breakthrough, they encountered another roadblock. The deeper they dug, the more it became clear. This wasn't just a criminal operation. It was an institution. Suddenly, Jensen's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her heart skipping a beat as she saw the number. It was Richter. "Jensen," he said without preamble, "I've got more for you, but you'll need to meet me. Tonight." Her pulse quickened. "Where?" "There's an old pier outside the city. I'll send you the details." The line went dead before she could respond. Jensen stood up, her mind already racing with the possibilities. She turned to Antonio, who was still on the phone, speaking in low tones. When he finished, she didn't have to say anything. He knew what was coming. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, his eyes narrowing in concern. Jensen nodded. "We need to meet him. Whatever he has, it could be the key to everything." Antonio sighed but didn't argue. "We go in, get what we need, and get out. No mistakes." They prepared quickly, grabbing the essentials, guns, backup phones, and their IDs. They knew the drill. As they left the safe house and drove toward the pier, Jensen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Richter's sudden contact was too convenient, too perfect. He knew they would be looking for answers, but would he really provide them? Or was this just another part of the trap? The pier was abandoned, the docks dark and empty. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the posts, the occasional creak of metal. As they approached, Jensen could see a figure standing near the edge, his silhouette barely visible against the dim lights of the city in the distance. "Richter." Jensen's hand instinctively went to the gun at her side. She didn't trust him. Not completely. "Where is it?" she demanded as they stepped closer. Richter raised a hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're not getting it unless you hear me out first. I've been running my own operation, just like you've been running yours. But this new player, they've got everyone under their thumb. If you want to take them down, you'll need to play by their rules." Jensen narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" Richter's gaze flickered, and he leaned in closer, speaking in a low voice. "They control everything. The politicians, the cops, the judges. You're not just fighting criminals anymore. You're fighting the system. And if you want to win, you'll have to get your hands dirty." Jensen's mind raced. The system. The corruption. This wasn't just about human trafficking. It was about power. About control. And they were standing at the very center of it all. "Tell me what I need to know," she said, her voice steady despite the storm of thoughts swirling in her head. Richter reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small envelope. "This is all I've got. But if you want to take down the big players, you'll need more than this. You'll need leverage." He handed her the envelope, and Jensen took it without hesitation. As she opened it, her eyes scanned the contents, a list of names. Powerful names. Judges. Politicians. Law enforcement officers. People who were either directly or indirectly tied to the new trafficking network. Jensen felt the weight of it in her hands. This was it. The list she had been waiting for. "Now get out of here," Richter said, his voice cold. "And don't come back unless you've got something worth my time." Jensen didn't hesitate. She turned and walked away, Antonio at her side. They had what they needed. The names. The key players. But now the real work would begin. Case 4. In the heart of Kingston upon Hull, a bustling port city in the United Kingdom, a dark undercurrent of illegal activity had been quietly growing for years. It wasn't the type of thing that would make headlines on a daily basis, but if one looked closely enough, it was there. Human trafficking, a sinister industry that thrived in the shadows of this industrial hub, had become more pervasive than anyone could have ever imagined. The story of the largest human trafficking ring ever uncovered in Hull begins with the person who was behind it all, Viktor Kozlov. Kozlov was a name that had never been on anyone's radar. To the untrained eye, he seemed like an ordinary man, an immigrant who had come to the United Kingdom seeking a better life. He had done what so many others did, worked in menial jobs, kept a low profile, and stayed out of trouble. But beneath the surface, Victor was the orchestrator of a ruthless human trafficking syndicate that spanned not just Hull, but also other major cities in the UK and across Europe. He was a man who had learned to blend in, to disappear into the background of everyday life. With dark hair, sharp features, and a cool, calculated demeanor, Victor had the ability to charm and manipulate those around him. He was the kind of person who could persuade someone to trust him within minutes, to convince them that his promises of a better life were real. In reality, those promises were nothing more than lies designed to lure vulnerable people into a life of exploitation. Victor was not alone in his operation. Over the years, he had built a network of accomplices, each one handpicked for their skills in various aspects of the illegal trade. There were the recruiters, the ones who scoured vulnerable communities across Eastern Europe, promising young men and women jobs in the UK. These recruiters were well trained in the art of deception, knowing exactly what to say to prey on the hopes and dreams of those desperate for a chance at a better future. Once they had their victims, they would transport them to Hull, often in overcrowded, unsafe conditions, with the promise of work awaiting them once they arrived. But upon reaching Kingston upon Hull, those promises quickly dissolved. The victims were immediately subjected to a life of servitude, forced to work in illegal brothels, factories, and sweatshops, where they were kept in appalling conditions. They were given little to no pay, and any attempts to escape were met with violence or the threat of harm to their families back home. Victor had created an intricate web of fear and control, one that made it nearly impossible for his victims to break free. For years, Victor's operation had gone undetected. Hull's busy port was a perfect cover for his trafficking network. Ships would come and go, bringing in goods from across the globe, and Victor used the busy port as a way to smuggle people in and out of the country without drawing attention. His network was so well organized that even the authorities were unable to piece together the full extent of the operation. It wasn't until 2023 that Victor's empire began to crumble, thanks to the persistence of one local detective. Detective Sarah Bennett had been working for the Hull police for over a decade, and she had always known that something was off in the city. The rise in missing persons reports, the unusual number of foreign workers coming into the area with no clear paperwork or identification, it all seemed like red flags that no one else seemed to notice. Bennett's instincts told her that Hull was the epicenter of something much larger than just petty crime. She began quietly investigating the disappearances, speaking to locals, and piecing together small fragments of information. What she uncovered was nothing short of shocking. She found that the people who were vanishing were not just lost to the streets. They were being trafficked, brought into the city under false pretenses, and forced into a life of servitude and exploitation. It was clear to Bennett that there was someone behind it all, someone who had been operating in the shadows for years. As she delved deeper into the investigation, she discovered Viktor Kozlov's name for the first time. The more she learned, the more she realized how far-reaching his network was. But despite her efforts, finding concrete evidence to take him down proved difficult. Victor was careful, always one step ahead of the law. The breakthrough came when a young woman named Elena, one of Victor's victims, managed to escape from one of the brothels in Hull. Elena was from a small village in Romania, and she had been promised a job as a waitress in the UK. Instead, she had been sold into the world of sex trafficking, forced to work in degrading conditions with no way out. But Elena was resourceful, and after months of enduring the horrors of her captivity, she found an opportunity to flee. Elena ran through the streets of Hull in the dead of night, her heart pounding in her chest, as she managed to get in touch with local authorities. Her testimony was the key that unlocked everything. For the first time, the police had a first-hand account of what was happening behind closed doors. Elena's story gave Detective Bennett the evidence she needed to put the pieces together and build a case against Viktor Kozlov. But even with Elena's testimony, Bennett knew that bringing Viktor down would be no easy task. He was connected to powerful people, individuals who were willing to do anything to protect him and his operation. It wasn't just about finding the victims anymore. It was about taking on a criminal enterprise that had embedded itself deep within the fabric of the city. Bennett worked tirelessly, pulling together a team of officers and investigators who were just as determined to see justice done. They scoured Hull, speaking to more victims, piecing together a picture of Viktor's network and the people who were involved in it. They began to track the routes used to transport the victims into the city, the methods used to keep them under control, and the businesses that were complicit in the operation. The investigation grew more intense as they began to infiltrate the network. Slowly but surely, they started to dismantle the operation, arresting those who were involved in recruiting, transporting, and exploiting the victims. But Victor remained elusive. He knew the authorities were closing in, and he became increasingly paranoid, taking extreme measures to protect himself. It wasn't until the fall of 2024 that Detective Bennett and her team were finally able to locate Victor's whereabouts. They had traced his movements to a secluded farmhouse on the outskirts of Hull, where he had been lying low, orchestrating his empire from behind the scenes. The raid on the farmhouse was swift and decisive. Viktor Kozlov was arrested, his reign of terror over the people of Hull coming to an end. The investigation into Victor's trafficking ring had far-reaching consequences. It exposed a vast network of human trafficking that spanned across multiple countries in Europe, with victims as far as Ukraine and Moldova. The operation had been carefully hidden, its reach extending into corrupt businesses, law enforcement, and even government officials who had been paid off to turn a blind eye to the operation. But Victor's arrest was just the beginning. Detective Bennett and her team continued to work tirelessly, ensuring that every person involved in the trafficking ring was brought to justice. And while the victims who had been freed from Victor's control would never fully recover from the horrors they had endured, their courage in coming forward had helped bring down one of the most notorious human traffickers in the UK. In the end, Viktor Kozlov was sentenced to life in prison, his empire shattered. The case became a turning point in the fight against human trafficking in Hull and beyond, a reminder of the lengths to which some people would go to exploit others for profit, and the resilience of those who refused to stay silent. As the investigation into Viktor Kozlov's trafficking empire intensified, Detective Sarah Bennett found herself drawn deeper into the darkness of the underworld that had taken root in Kingston upon Hull. For weeks, she pored over evidence, spoke with survivors, and traced every step of the network that Victor had built over the years. The more she uncovered, the more horrifying the reality of the situation became. Despite the horrifying stories of abuse, manipulation, and forced labor that Elena had shared, Bennett knew that bringing Victor to justice was not going to be an easy task. She could no longer simply rely on the accounts of victims to build a case. It was clear that Victor had set up a wall of protection around himself. The network wasn't just a group of criminals. It was a well-organized operation that reached deep into the local community. Bennett could feel the weight of the investigation bearing down on her, but she was driven by a sense of justice that had only grown stronger with each passing day. Each piece of the puzzle that Bennett uncovered pointed to the fact that Victor had not only trafficked individuals into the UK, but had also forged connections with businesses across Hull that relied on cheap, forced labor to maintain their operations. Factories, warehouses, and even some legitimate businesses were complicit in Victor's scheme, whether knowingly or through bribery and coercion. His trafficking ring had effectively become a part of the economic fabric of the city, hidden in plain sight. It was impossible to ignore the magnitude of what Victor had orchestrated. Thousands of people, mostly from Eastern Europe, had been brought into the UK with the false promise of work and a better life. Most of them were young men and women, vulnerable and desperate for an escape from their grim circumstances back home. They had been deceived, sold the idea that the streets of Hull would offer them something their countries could not. But when they arrived, they were immediately plunged into a nightmare. The brothels, which had been disguised as legitimate businesses, were places of horror. Women were trapped, their passports taken from them the moment they arrived, their personal freedoms stripped away. The men who were brought in were often forced into labor in harsh conditions, working long hours for little to no pay. Those who attempted to escape were met with severe punishment, physical and emotional abuse, threats to their families back home, and in some cases even death. Victor had perfected the art of control, using fear, manipulation, and isolation to keep his victims in check. As the investigation unfolded, Bennett began to realize that the full scale of Victor's operation went far beyond the brothels and sweatshops of Hull. The victims who had been transported into the city were just one part of the puzzle. Victor had a network that stretched across the UK and Europe. He had multiple safe houses where the victims were kept hidden before being sent off to various locations to work. His recruitment efforts spanned several countries: Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, and even further afield. He had created a well-oiled machine that moved people across borders without leaving a trace. But no matter how much Bennett dug into the operation, Victor remained a ghost. His connections, his wealth, and his ability to stay hidden made it nearly impossible to get a hold of him. He had been moving money through a series of shell companies, laundering it through legitimate businesses, and paying off anyone who could potentially expose him. It was clear that he had connections within the local police force as well, a fact that Bennett found both frustrating and infuriating. As the investigation dragged on, Bennett started to lose herself in the case. The late nights, the constant pressure, the realization that Victor was always one step ahead, it was wearing her down. But she couldn't stop now. She had to keep going. The lives of countless victims hung in the balance. One night, while going through old surveillance footage from the docks, Bennett stumbled upon a small detail that had been overlooked before. It was a blurry image of a man, someone who wasn't part of Victor's usual crew. He was speaking with one of Victor's enforcers, a figure who had been caught on camera several times, but never identified. The conversation seemed mundane at first, but there was something about the way the two men interacted that caught Bennett's attention. It wasn't just the man's appearance, it was the way he moved, the way he carried himself. She paused the footage and zoomed in. The face was indistinct, but the man's posture was something she had seen before. He had the look of someone who knew how to blend into his surroundings, someone who had experience in keeping a low profile. Bennett had seen this type of behavior before. He was an insider, someone with connections in the community. This could be the break she had been waiting for. Bennett immediately contacted her team, and they began tracking down the man in the footage. It took several weeks to identify him, but when they did, they discovered that he was a low-level enforcer who had been working with Victor for years. His name was Jack Thompson, a local who had managed to stay out of the spotlight for most of his life. He had been involved in everything from smuggling drugs to extorting local businesses, and now he was playing a key role in Victor's trafficking operation. The more Bennett learned about Thompson, the more it became clear that he was a vital part of Victor's network. He was the one who kept things running smoothly on the ground, making sure the shipments of people arrived at their destinations without incident. He handled the logistics, the transportation, and in many cases, he was the one who made sure the victims stayed in line. If they tried to escape, he was the one who made sure they were found and punished. With Thompson now on their radar, Bennett and her team began to gather evidence that would lead them directly to Victor. They spent days watching Thompson, tracking his movements and compiling a case against him. Eventually, they learned that Thompson was planning a major shipment of victims, one that would take place in the coming weeks. It was the break they needed. The operation to take down Victor and his entire network was set into motion. The police had gathered enough evidence to arrest Thompson and the other members of Victor's crew, but the real challenge would be capturing Victor himself. Bennett knew that this would be the moment of truth. Either they would take down the operation, or it would slip through their fingers once again. The raid on Victor's hideout was coordinated with military precision. Armed officers, undercover agents, and a task force made up of the city's best detectives stormed the location. Bennett's heart raced as she received word that they had surrounded the building. She knew that Victor would not go down easily, and she prepared herself for whatever came next. The hours leading up to the raid felt like an eternity. Bennett sat in the command center, eyes glued to the screen as she watched the movements of the officers and agents who were closing in on Victor's location. It was the moment she had been waiting for. Years of hard work, of piecing together this case, were coming to a head. As the tactical teams prepared for the raid, Detective Sarah Bennett's mind raced. The walls that Victor had built around himself seemed insurmountable. He had avoided capture for so long, but this time, Bennett felt an undeniable shift. It was now or never. She had to face the reality of what it would take to finally bring Victor down. No stone could remain unturned. She received an update from one of the undercover agents about the position of Victor's last known associates. A few of them had been spotted leaving the hideout in a rush. Victor was likely preparing to flee the scene, knowing that the operation was coming to a close. The window of opportunity was shrinking, but the task force was determined to seize it. Bennett stood, her mind sharp, as she looked around the command center. Officers from all walks of life were stationed, preparing for their roles in the takedown. Every single one of them had been briefed on the details of Victor's network, from the brothels to the warehouses, to the hidden safe houses throughout Hull and beyond. She could see the determination in their eyes. This wasn't just about making arrests anymore. This was about ending a horrific chapter that had scarred countless lives. Victor had turned Hull into his playground, a city where his operations had grown unchecked for years. He had used fear to his advantage, creating a vast network of loyalists and enforcers. His influence was pervasive, reaching into the fabric of the community. Bennett couldn't help but wonder how many others knew of Victor's activities, but chose to stay silent. How many people had simply turned a blind eye, too afraid to expose the truth. Victor's ability to stay under the radar was staggering. As Bennett continued to sift through surveillance footage, wiretap records, and the testimonies of the victims, she learned just how carefully he operated. Every transaction was done in cash. Every move was coordinated through intermediaries. He was a ghost, someone who blended into the shadows, using his wealth and power to evade detection. And yet, now, after years of meticulous planning, Bennett and her team were on the verge of ending it all. The clock was ticking, and the team was in position. Officers were stationed outside, ready to take down anyone who attempted to flee the building. Bennett knew that time was of the essence. Victor would either be captured alive, or the opportunity to arrest him would slip away, possibly forever. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. No matter what happened, they couldn't let him escape. At that very moment, the sound of radios crackled to life, signaling the beginning of the operation. The raid was in full swing. The officers swiftly entered the building, moving with a precision honed through countless hours of preparation. Bennett could see the storming of Victor's compound unfold on the screen in front of her. Agents entering through the back door, undercover officers blending in with the chaos, and tactical units positioning themselves at every exit. Inside, the scene was anything but calm. The building, a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Hull, reeked of secrecy. Victor had turned it into a fortress, fortified with high walls, locked doors, and layers of security. But for all the preparation, the team had one advantage. They had studied the layout of the building to perfection. No corner was left unchecked, no door left unopened. Through the monitors, Bennett watched as officers pushed forward, clearing room after room. The tension was palpable. She could almost feel the heaviness of the air, the anticipation of what would come next. Victor was a dangerous man, and she knew that it wasn't just the police that feared him. He had instilled a terror in his enforcers, in his victims, that had kept people silent for years. Would they find him? Or had he already disappeared? Minutes stretched like hours, each second a reminder of how much was riding on this moment. Bennett's hands gripped the edge of the desk. She had worked tirelessly, pored over countless files, put together a team of experts who had spent months tracking Victor's every move. But there were always doubts. What if they were wrong? What if Victor had anticipated their every move? What if he had already slipped away? Suddenly, the radio buzzed with news that the search was getting closer. Officers had breached the second floor, and a large group of Victor's associates had been found, hiding in a back room. These were the men and women who had been working for Victor, maintaining the operation from within the shadows. They were arrested swiftly, but Victor was nowhere to be found. Bennett's heart sank. He wasn't there. But then something shifted. One of the officers found a hidden staircase that led down to the basement. It was well concealed, and it hadn't appeared on the blueprints they had reviewed. This hidden passageway led to a series of tunnels that Victor had used as escape routes. The officers, though startled, knew that they had to follow. No matter how long it took, they couldn't afford to let Victor vanish again. Down into the depths they went. The tunnel system was narrow and winding, but the officers pressed forward, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. It felt as though they were venturing into the underbelly of Hull itself, moving through the veins of the city where Victor had hidden for so long. They had no idea where the tunnels would lead, but they couldn't stop now. The deeper they ventured, the more they realized just how much Victor had built beneath the surface. The network was vast, like a labyrinth that extended far beyond the confines of the warehouse. It was clear that Victor had built his empire not just above ground, but deep within the city's foundations. Bennett, still monitoring the operation from the command center, felt a growing sense of urgency. She knew that it was a race against time. Victor had always been one step ahead, and if they didn't catch him soon, he would slip away once more. The tunnel grew colder as the officers descended further. The air was damp, and the sound of their footsteps echoed off the walls. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a large, cavernous room. It was a hidden storage facility, filled with crates and boxes, likely filled with the illegal goods that Victor had been trafficking. But there, in the corner, hiding among the crates, was Victor Kozlov himself. He wasn't as composed as Bennett had expected. Victor looked disheveled, his carefully manicured appearance stripped away by the strain of months on the run. But his eyes were still sharp, filled with the same coldness that had made him so dangerous for so long. The moment he saw the officers, he knew that his time had come. Victor's first instinct was to run, but the officers were already closing in. He was trapped, with nowhere to go. The fear that Bennett had anticipated, the fear that had driven Victor to control every aspect of his empire, was finally showing on his face. He wasn't the untouchable kingpin anymore. He was a man on the verge of losing everything. Bennett could barely believe what she was witnessing. Victor, the man who had eluded justice for so long, was now in their hands. It was over. The team moved quickly, securing Victor and bringing him out of the tunnels. He was arrested on charges of human trafficking, forced labor, and a multitude of other crimes. The raid had been a success, but the work didn't end there. Victor's arrest was only the beginning. There were still victims to rescue, still people whose lives had been shattered by this man's actions. Bennett watched as Victor was loaded into the police van, his face grim and stoic. The terror he had instilled in Hull and beyond was finally coming to an end. But as she turned to look at her team, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Victor might be behind bars, but the scars he left on the city would take much longer to heal. As the officers began to leave the scene, Bennett knew that this victory was bittersweet. It was a step toward justice, but the damage had already been done. The victims of Viktor Kozlov's trafficking empire would carry their wounds with them forever. But for now, Sarah Bennett allowed herself a moment of relief. The long road ahead was daunting, but for the first time in years, the light at the end of the tunnel was finally within reach. As the operation concluded and Viktor Kozlov was escorted out of the hidden labyrinth beneath Hull, Detective Sarah Bennett stood alone in the silent command center. The glow of the monitors was the only light now, casting long shadows across the room. The noise of radios, once filled with rapid updates and adrenaline-pumping reports, had quieted. But the stillness did not bring the comfort Bennett had expected. The arrest had been successful, but a heavy weight lingered in her chest. It wasn't the sense of victory that consumed her thoughts. It was the realization of what had been uncovered that night. The human trafficking ring that Victor had orchestrated was vast, a monstrous network that had snaked through Hull and beyond. But it wasn't just the magnitude of the operation that haunted her. It was the untold number of lives destroyed along the way. The young women, the men who had been coerced, the families torn apart, they were the true casualties of this operation. Bennett's thoughts were interrupted as one of the junior officers entered the room. His face was solemn, his eyes filled with an emotion Bennett knew all too well, exhaustion. He held a file in his hands, and his silence spoke volumes. "We've got the list, Detective," he said, laying the file on her desk. She opened it, scanning the names on the paper. Some were local, others from distant lands. All had one thing in common. They had been victims of Viktor Kozlov's empire. Some had disappeared years ago, their names buried beneath the layers of deception. Others were more recent, their faces still fresh in the minds of their families, who had been desperately searching for them. Bennett closed the file with a deep breath. She had already known about many of the victims, their cases having crossed her desk during the course of the investigation. But seeing the names all in one place, connected by the same thread of pain, made it feel more real, more personal. "This is just the beginning," she muttered under her breath. The arrest of Victor was only the first step in a much longer journey. There would be court proceedings, investigations into his associates, and most importantly, the task of helping the survivors rebuild their lives. But Bennett knew that even with Victor behind bars, there was no magic solution. The damage done by men like him couldn't be undone by simply locking them away. It was a systemic issue, one that would require years of work to dismantle completely. And Victor was not the only one. The network he had built was just the tip of the iceberg. As the survivors came forward, and as more information about the trafficking routes came to light, Bennett's team knew they had to prepare for an even bigger fight. There would be others who would attempt to take Victor's place, to fill the vacuum he left behind. The danger wasn't over. But for now, Viktor Kozlov was where he belonged, behind bars. His empire was crumbling, one piece at a time. Bennett made her way to the holding area, where Victor was being interrogated. The man who had been a shadow in her investigation for so long now sat in a sterile room, facing the reality of his capture. He was quiet, no longer the smug figure who had evaded justice for years. Now, his face was devoid of that confident sneer, replaced by a weariness that Bennett could see even from the doorway. Victor had been a master manipulator, a person who knew how to twist the system in his favor, playing both the legal and underground worlds to his advantage. He had used people as pawns, orchestrating their suffering with chilling precision. But now, he was at the mercy of the law he had once exploited. "He's not going to talk," one of the officers muttered as Bennett entered the room. "Not without something big to dangle in front of him." Bennett took a seat across from Victor, her gaze never leaving his. He was studying her, sizing her up, trying to gauge what she would do next. But Bennett had learned long ago that confrontation with men like him was a game of patience. He wasn't going to break easily, but that didn't mean she couldn't make him sweat. "You must be wondering what comes next," she began, her voice calm but firm. Victor's eyes flickered with something. Fear, maybe? Or was it defiance? It was hard to tell, but Bennett could sense that he was struggling to maintain control. "I know what comes next," Victor said, his voice low. "The system will try and break me. But you can't break me. Not like the others." Bennett leaned forward, her tone softening just enough to draw him in. "You think this is about breaking you, Victor? You're mistaken. This is about stopping you. It's about ending what you've built. What you've done." He stared at her for a long moment, as though weighing his options. Bennett could see the battle waging within him, whether to stay silent and protect his empire, or to give her something, anything, that might ensure his survival. "I won't give you names," Victor said finally. "Not unless you promise me something." Bennett raised an eyebrow. She had expected this. Victor would try to leverage whatever he could to escape the consequences. But she wasn't here to make deals. "I'm not in the business of making promises," she replied. He gave a cold chuckle, a sound devoid of humor. "Then I suppose we have nothing more to talk about." Bennett stood up, signaling the end of the interrogation. Victor had made his choice, and she respected it, but it didn't make the process any easier. She left the room, her mind already moving forward. She had a case to build, and Victor's silence wouldn't stop her. The months that followed were a blur of courtrooms, testimonies, and long hours of paperwork. Viktor Kozlov's trial was a media sensation, drawing attention from across the globe. The victims who had once been lost in the shadows were now coming forward, finding their voices in the midst of a broken system. They spoke of horrors unimaginable, of lives stolen and sold to the highest bidder. Each story was a testament to the cruelty that had been allowed to flourish under Victor's reign. Bennett attended every session, listening to each survivor's account. It was painful, but it was necessary. It was the price of justice. And through it all, she kept her focus. She knew that Victor would never show remorse, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he was no longer in control. His empire was collapsing, and no one, could ever bring back the lives he had taken. On the day of the final verdict, Bennett stood outside the courthouse, watching as the press swarmed to capture the moment. Victor was led away in handcuffs, his face a mask of defiance, but Bennett could see it now. The fear was there, deep in his eyes. For all his power, all his manipulation, he was nothing more than a man facing the consequences of his actions. He had been a kingpin, but now he was just another criminal, a man whose empire had crumbled under the weight of the truth. Viktor Kozlov's reign had come to an end, and though the scars left by his actions would take years to heal, Bennett knew that she had played a small part in delivering justice to the victims who had been lost for so long. As she walked away from the courthouse, the weight of the case still heavy on her shoulders, Bennett allowed herself a brief moment of peace. The fight wasn't over, not by a long shot, but it was a victory. And sometimes that was enough. The court had spoken, and yet Victor's trial was only one part of a much larger story. The impact of his actions stretched far beyond the courtroom walls, leaving ripples in the lives of every person who had come into contact with his trafficking network. But for Detective Sarah Bennett, the fight was far from over. The arrest of Viktor Kozlov had unraveled a much more complex, deeply entrenched operation, one that spanned far across borders and into the very heart of global commerce. Now the hard part began, breaking the silence that had allowed such horrors to persist unnoticed for so long. Months passed, and as the investigation deepened, Bennett's world grew more complicated. The faces of the victims lingered in her mind long after the case files were closed each evening. The children, the parents, the families shattered by this ruthless trade. They haunted her, demanding that she not let their suffering fade into the shadows. There were days when she felt the weight of their stories crushing her, but those were the days when she knew she had to keep going. The truth was out there, hidden in the layers of bureaucracy and under the heaps of evidence. It was just a matter of peeling it all away, one excruciating layer at a time. Bennett had learned early on that cases like these did not end with an arrest. No, the real work came after the headlines faded and the world moved on. The survivors, the ones who had been caught in the web that Victor had woven, were now faced with rebuilding their lives. Some were lucky. They had been found in time, before the damage was irreversible. But others had lived through unspeakable horrors for years, their lives ruined in ways that could never be undone. Bennett had come to realize that while Victor's arrest was a victory, it was only the beginning of a much longer and harder journey. The survivors needed help, real help, and so Bennett found herself, once again, at the forefront of the operation. But this time, it wasn't about gathering evidence or interrogating suspects. It was about giving these people the tools to reclaim their lives, their identities, their dignity. It was about being the bridge between their past trauma and their future recovery. It was about proving that the system was not as broken as it sometimes seemed. The trauma wasn't just physical. No, the mental and emotional scars left by people like Viktor Kozlov ran deep. Many of the survivors struggled with shame, with guilt, and with a profound sense of loss. They felt like they had been abandoned, forgotten by the very system meant to protect them. Their stories were all different, but they shared one common thread. They had been treated as commodities, their lives nothing more than a product to be bought, sold, and discarded at will. Bennett knew that the road to recovery for each of these individuals would be long and difficult. Some would find their way back to stability faster than others, but none of them would ever be the same. That reality settled heavily in Bennett's chest, a constant reminder that the world she lived in wasn't just black and white. It was messy, it was painful, and it was often unfair. Yet, she couldn't stop. She couldn't allow herself the luxury of despair. Not now, not when so many lives had been destroyed by people like Victor. There was too much at stake. The justice system was imperfect, but it was still the best tool they had. And right now, it was her job to use it as best as she could. As weeks turned into months, the investigation into Victor's network began to reveal the true scale of his operation. The sheer number of people involved was staggering. For every person who had been exploited, there were countless others who had been complicit. The network spread far beyond Hull, reaching into major cities across the United Kingdom and beyond. The money trail led to legitimate businesses, financial institutions, and even government officials, some of whom had either turned a blind eye or worse, had been on the take. The depth of the corruption was almost beyond comprehension. Every lead Bennett followed seemed to open up more questions than answers. And the further she dug, the more dangerous the situation became. Viktor Kozlov, for all his arrogance, had known exactly what he was doing. He had built his empire with care, using every tool at his disposal to hide the true nature of his operations. He had connections, powerful connections, in all the right places. And as Bennett discovered, he wasn't the only one. There were others out there, silent players in this sick game, waiting to seize control of the operations that Victor had left behind. The police force was stretched thin, and Bennett knew that in order to make real progress, she would need to collaborate with agencies beyond the local scope. She called in the National Crime Agency and began liaising with officials from the European Union, sharing information and resources to trace the money and identify the global web of corruption. One evening, as Bennett was sorting through stacks of evidence in the quiet solitude of her office, a call came through from her colleague, Detective James Hargrave. His voice was tense, filled with a sense of urgency that immediately piqued Bennett's interest. "Sarah, I think we've found something," James said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We've traced one of Victor's money routes to an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. It's linked to a shipping company, but this company, it's not just about cargo. It's about something else. Something darker." Bennett sat up straighter, her heart racing. The shipping companies had always been a key part of Victor's operation. They had been used to transport goods, but it had always been suspected that Victor was smuggling something, or someone, through the ports. But the thought of him having an entire network within the global shipping industry was something that had never crossed her mind. "What exactly are you suggesting?" Bennett asked, her voice calm but with an edge of suspicion. James paused, the sound of paper shuffling coming through the line. "I think this shipping company is part of a much larger network, one that traffics not just humans, but illegal goods, arms, maybe even drugs. It's all interconnected, and the deeper we dig, the more we realize that Victor was just a small player in the larger game." Bennett felt a chill crawl down her spine. She had suspected for some time that Victor was part of something bigger. But the scale of this operation, the sheer complexity, was unlike anything she had imagined. If James was right, they were dealing with a global syndicate that had its roots in some of the most powerful industries in the world. "Keep digging, James," Bennett said, her voice tight with determination. "We need to find out who's behind this." and we need to stop them before they can do any more damage. For the first time since the investigation began, Bennett allowed herself to feel a flicker of hope. The case wasn't over yet. Victor had been taken down, but there was still so much left to uncover. The people responsible for the suffering of so many were still out there, and Bennett wasn't going to stop until she brought them to justice. In the days that followed James's call, Bennett was consumed by the task at hand. The evidence that had been gathered, the connections that were now being made, all pointed toward a massive, shadowy network that stretched across continents. The more she learned, the more the case seemed to grow, like a living entity that had developed its own pulse, its own rhythm. It wasn't just a crime anymore. It was an industry, one that operated in the shadows of the global economy, one that had escaped the notice of those who were supposed to be guarding against it. The shipping company that James had uncovered was just the tip of the iceberg. Bennett knew it wasn't going to be enough to simply shut down one small part of the operation. The network that Victor had been a part of was global, and it was deeply embedded in some of the world's most powerful industries. People had built their careers, their empires, on the back of human suffering. To dismantle that, Bennett would need to not only expose the criminals involved, but also change the very system that allowed such things to happen in the first place. The National Crime Agency had been brought in to assist, and a team of experts was now working alongside Bennett's unit. For weeks, they pored over financial documents, traced illicit money flows, and identified shell companies that had been used to launder profits from the trafficking trade. It was slow, painstaking work. Every breakthrough felt like a victory, but for every one of those, there were dozens more dead ends. It was as though they were playing a game of chess with an opponent who always seemed one step ahead. But it was during one late night in the office, when Bennett thought her mind might break from exhaustion, that a breakthrough came. She was reviewing surveillance footage from the port when she noticed something strange. A cargo ship named the Pacific Wave had been listed as one of the vessels frequently linked to Victor's operations. The ship made routine stops at Hull, but its destinations were always vague. No clear record had ever been kept of where it had sailed from, or to where it was headed. That was until now. The shipping manifest, which had been provided by an anonymous informant, finally revealed a disturbing truth. The Pacific Wave had not only been transporting legitimate goods like electronics and textiles, it had also been a key part of a much darker trade. The manifest showed that several shipments had been marked as humanitarian supplies, but the contents were never properly documented. The documents suggested the ship had carried human cargo, but they didn't list any names or details, only vague codes. The codes referred to specific routes within the trafficking network, hidden under the guise of legitimate shipments. Bennett's heart sank as she processed the information. It wasn't just an illicit shipping route. It was the bloodline of Victor's operation, the artery that connected the dots between trafficking hubs across Europe, Africa, and even into South America. And it wasn't just about moving people. It was about moving products, too. Drugs, weapons, counterfeit goods, all part of the same underworld that had consumed so many innocent lives. She knew this discovery was big. It wasn't just about human trafficking anymore. It was about an entire criminal syndicate that had been operating in plain sight. And now that they had identified the Pacific Wave and its involvement, Bennett's team could trace its movements, search its cargo holds, and perhaps even intercept future shipments. But with each step they took, the risks increased. The people behind this operation were ruthless, and they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to their business. Bennett knew that if they didn't act soon, they could lose everything. The key to cracking the case lay within the hold of the Pacific Wave. But how could they get to it before the ship sailed again? As the team strategized their next move, they knew they had only a narrow window of time. The Pacific Wave was due to dock in Hull again in a matter of days. Bennett called in a special task force, pulling in officers from the Coast Guard, Customs, and even intelligence agencies. They needed to be swift, decisive, and above all covert. If they were going to succeed, they couldn't afford to let their targets know they were coming. The night before the operation, Bennett found herself standing at the edge of the harbor, gazing out at the dark waters of the North Sea. The air was thick with the smell of salt and damp wood, the sound of waves crashing against the pier almost hypnotic. In that moment, the weight of everything that had happened, the arrests, the investigations, the countless sleepless nights, seemed almost unbearable. But there was no turning back now. Tomorrow, they would be making their move. As she stood there, her phone buzzed with an incoming message. It was from James. The message was simple, but it made her heart race. "They're on the move. Pacific Wave leaves port in 6 hours. They're shifting operations. Get ready. The urgency in his message told her everything she needed to know. Whatever Victor's network was planning, it was coming to a head. The Pacific Wave wasn't just a link in the chain, it was the chain. And if they could break it, they could shatter the entire network. The next few hours were a blur of preparation. Bennett's team moved swiftly, coordinating with Customs, the Coast Guard, and the NCA. Every detail had been accounted for. They would intercept the ship as it arrived in the harbor, boarding it quickly before it had a chance to offload its cargo. Time was their enemy, but if they acted fast, they might just be able to catch the criminals red-handed. The following morning, the operation was set into motion. Bennett and her team stood in the shadows of the docks, waiting for the signal. The Pacific Wave was due to arrive at 9 a.m., and the clock was ticking. In those tense moments, Bennett could feel the weight of every decision she had made in the past few months pressing down on her. The lives of so many people hung in the balance. This was their chance to bring the entire syndicate down, and they couldn't afford to fail. At precisely 9 a.m., the Pacific Wave began to dock. Bennett's heart pounded in her chest as she watched the massive ship slowly approach the dock, its rusted hull cutting through the waves. It was like something out of a nightmare, a symbol of everything Victor and his accomplices had done, everything they stood for. But today, it would be their undoing. The team was ready. As soon as the ship made contact with the pier, officers flooded the docks, their boots pounding the concrete as they rushed toward the vessel. Bennett's pulse quickened as she followed, adrenaline pumping through her veins. She had no idea what awaited them on the ship, but she knew one thing for certain. This was their moment. The investigation was now entering its final phase. As Bennett stepped onto the Pacific Wave, she realized that the hardest part was still to come. Facing the truth that had been buried in the cargo holds of this ship for so long. The people, the products, the twisted web of crime, it was all here. And it was up to her to uncover it, piece by piece. But she was ready. After everything that had happened, she was ready to face whatever came next. Case 5. In the southernmost part of Australia, amidst the quiet streets and picturesque surroundings of Hobart, a dark and dangerous operation was unfolding in the shadows of the city. It was in 2022 when the first signs of this underground network came to light, a web of human trafficking that had been operating under the radar for years. At the heart of this operation was a man named Thomas Richards, a name that, for many, seemed harmless enough at first. However, Richards was not who he appeared to be. Beneath his unassuming exterior was a criminal mastermind who had orchestrated one of the largest human trafficking rings in Australia, spanning multiple continents and involving the exploitation of hundreds of vulnerable individuals. Thomas Richards was born in Hobart, raised in a working-class neighborhood where he quickly learned the value of hard work. His father, a fisherman, taught him the ropes of the trade, instilling in him a strong work ethic. But Richards was always different from the others around him. He didn't have the same desire for an honest life. Early on, he realized that there were shortcuts to success, paths that others hadn't thought to explore. Over time, Richards grew more and more disillusioned with the mundane life that he and his family led. While his peers sought stable jobs and steady incomes, he began to see the world differently, envisioning a life where money could be made quickly, no matter the cost. As he grew older, Richards began dabbling in small-time crimes, dealing in stolen goods and other illicit activities. His first real venture into the criminal world came when he made connections with various individuals in the fishing industry who were willing to turn a blind eye to the more unsavory aspects of the trade. Richards used his connections to smuggle goods, often disguising them as legitimate shipments, moving everything from counterfeit electronics to illegal substances. But as his operation grew, he began to realize that there were far greater profits to be made in human trafficking. In the early days of his criminal empire, Richards began forging ties with traffickers in Southeast Asia and Eastern Europe. His role was simple. He would provide the transportation and infrastructure for moving people into Australia. It started small, with a few individuals being smuggled across the border, their identities hidden within containers of goods or among the crew of fishing vessels. The victims were often promised better lives, jobs in Australia that would help them escape the poverty they had known in their home countries. But once they arrived in Hobart, their dreams were shattered. They found themselves trapped in a world of forced labor, their hopes of a new life replaced by the harsh reality of exploitation. Richards' network expanded rapidly, feeding into the demand for cheap labor in Australia's underground economy. From the construction industry to domestic work, The victims were used in any number of ways, often working long hours in dangerous conditions for little or no pay. They were controlled through fear and manipulation, isolated from the outside world, and subjected to physical and psychological abuse. For Richards, they were nothing more than commodities to be moved and used, pawns in his relentless quest for wealth and power. By 2022, Richards had built an elaborate infrastructure that spanned the entire country. His network reached from the shores of Hobart all the way to major cities like Melbourne and Sydney. He had people working for him in every corner of the country, recruiters, handlers, and enforcers who ensured that his operation ran smoothly. Richards was a master of evading detection, using legitimate businesses as fronts for his trafficking operation. His fishing company, which had once been a modest family business, became a key part of his illicit dealings, providing the perfect cover for smuggling people into Australia under the guise of transporting goods. But as with any criminal operation, there were always risks. Richard's empire was built on secrecy, and he took great care to protect it. He used false identities, laundered money through various businesses, and even managed to bribe certain officials to turn a blind eye to his activities. However, there was always the looming threat of exposure. The authorities, though slow to act, had been monitoring the growing number of missing persons cases, particularly among migrant communities. As the years passed, more and more individuals began to vanish without a trace, many of them never to be seen again. The first breakthrough in the case came when an anonymous tip was received by the local authorities. It was a brief, cryptic message that referenced a hidden network operating out of Hobart with connections to the fishing industry. The tip led investigators to a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, a location that had long been suspected of housing illegal activities. Inside the warehouse, they discovered a shocking scene. Dozens of men and women, malnourished and terrified, locked in makeshift cages. They were the victims of Richard's trafficking operation, brought to Australia under false promises and forced to work in deplorable conditions. The discovery was just the tip of the iceberg. Over the next few weeks, the police began to uncover more and more locations linked to Richard's operation. He had used a vast network of warehouses, safe houses, and even private residences to hide his victims, moving them from place to place in an attempt to avoid detection. Richards had been careful to keep his operation as decentralized as possible, with different groups responsible for various aspects of the trafficking process. However, as the police pieced together the evidence, it became clear that Richards was at the center of it all. As the investigation continued to unfold, the authorities realized the scale of Richards' operation. It wasn't just limited to Hobart. It spanned across the entire country, with victims being smuggled into various states under the radar. Some were forced into domestic servitude, others were coerced into working on farms or construction sites, while some were sold into the sex trade. Richards had created a highly profitable and disturbingly efficient system, one that was built on the suffering of the most vulnerable individuals. The Australian Federal Police, AFP, were called in to assist with the investigation, and soon a task force was established to track down Richards and dismantle his network. However, Richards was no fool. He had anticipated such a response and had taken precautions to cover his tracks. He had disappeared, slipping away from Hobart before the authorities could close in on him. His network, though weakened, remained intact, and the task force had to work quickly to prevent the operation from continuing in his absence. Despite his disappearance, the authorities were determined to bring Richards to justice. They continued to raid properties connected to his network, rescuing more victims along the way. With each raid, they uncovered new information that brought them closer to Richards. They also began to piece together the identities of his key associates, including his recruiters and handlers, many of whom had been working for him for years. Eventually, after months of painstaking investigation, the authorities received a crucial lead. Richards had been spotted in a remote part of Tasmania, a place he had frequented in the past. The AFP, along with local law enforcement, set up a covert operation to capture him. After a tense few days of surveillance, they were able to locate him at a secluded cabin, where he had been hiding out, attempting to escape the law. The arrest of Thomas Richards marked the beginning of the end for his human trafficking empire. Richards was brought to trial, where the extent of his crimes was revealed. He was convicted on numerous charges, including human trafficking, forced labor, and exploitation. The court heard testimony from many of the victims who had been rescued, some of whom had been trapped in his operation for years. Richard's sentence was long and severe, but it could never undo the harm he had caused to so many lives. The investigation into Richard's network continued, with many of his associates being arrested and charged as well. While the capture of Richards was a significant victory for the authorities, it also highlighted the ongoing problem of human trafficking in Australia and around the world. The case served as a stark reminder of the lengths to which some criminals would go to exploit vulnerable people for profit, and the importance of vigilance in the fight against human trafficking. The months following Thomas Richards' arrest were filled with tension, both for the survivors of his trafficking operation and for the authorities. The task force, now fully operational and dedicated to unraveling the remaining parts of the network, began to uncover disturbing details about the scale and scope of Richards' criminal empire. As each victim was rescued, their stories added another layer of horror to an already horrifying narrative. It wasn't just that Richards had been smuggling people into Australia. He had been systematically exploiting them in ways that left the authorities appalled and overwhelmed by the complexity of the operation. The survivors told stories of a nightmarish existence, where the hopes of a better life in Australia were shattered almost as soon as they arrived. Men and women, some as young as 16, were kept in cruel conditions. They were forced to work in farms, construction sites, and factories, often working long hours under grueling conditions. Most were not paid at all, or if they were, their wages were pocketed by the traffickers, leaving them with nothing. Their identification papers were taken away, and they were threatened with violence if they attempted to escape. Some were locked in small, windowless rooms for days, only to be allowed out when they were needed for work. There were reports of physical abuse, mental manipulation, and isolation. For most of them, freedom was nothing more than an illusion. As the police and federal authorities worked tirelessly to track down the remnants of Richard's network, the true depth of his operations began to emerge. It wasn't just a simple smuggling ring. It was a global network with ties to various countries. Richards had leveraged his fishing company to gain access to cargo shipments, which allowed him to discreetly move people from Southeast Asia, India, and Eastern Europe into Australia. From there, the victims were spread across the country, hidden in plain sight under the guise of legitimate employment. But the trafficking network didn't end at Australia's borders. Richards had connections in several key regions, including the Philippines, Thailand, and Ukraine, where he had set up recruitment offices. These offices, often disguised as employment agencies, were the first stop for many of the victims. They were promised jobs in Australia that would allow them to live better lives, jobs in hospitality, construction, or domestic work. The victims, desperate for a better future, were eager to believe these promises. They handed over their money, some of them selling off everything they owned to pay for their passage. But what they didn't know was that the moment they agreed to these job offers, they were already under Richard's control. Their passports were taken from them, their identities stripped away. They were coerced into paying off their debts, which, in many cases, were impossible to ever fully repay. The employers they were promised were nothing more than fronts for exploitation. Some victims were forced to work in illegal brothels, others were sold into servitude on farms, and still, others were kept in factories where they were overworked and underfed. For many, there was no escape. The police investigation into Richard's operation revealed that he had been running this scheme for nearly a decade. His operation had grown from a small-scale smuggling operation into an international trafficking network, one that spanned continents and crossed borders with ease. The level of coordination and secrecy involved was staggering, and it wasn't until the authorities began to connect the dots that they realized the full extent of Richard's criminal activities. In the months following Richard's capture, a series of raids took place across Australia, targeting the warehouses, apartments, and houses that had been used as hiding spots for the victims. These operations were dangerous and often involved hours of surveillance and planning. The authorities had to be careful, as Richard's network was known for its ability to vanish victims quickly. The traffickers had become highly adept at covering their tracks, often moving their victims from one location to another in the dead of night, never leaving behind a trace. But the efforts of the authorities were beginning to pay off. With Richard's arrest, the key members of his network, recruiters, enforcers, and handlers, were slowly being apprehended. The investigation uncovered a web of corrupt individuals who had been complicit in the trafficking operation. Some of them were employees in the fishing industry, while others were involved in various businesses, such as construction, agriculture, and domestic labor. They had all played a role in facilitating the exploitation of vulnerable people. One of the most disturbing revelations of the investigation was the involvement of certain local law enforcement officers. The corruption ran deeper than anyone had anticipated. Some officers had been bribed to ignore the reports of human trafficking or had been directly involved in providing information to Richard's associates. It was a betrayal that shook the trust of the community, and the authorities knew they would have to work doubly hard to regain the public's confidence. The survivors, once they were freed, began to share their stories. Their experiences were harrowing, and the pain of their trauma was evident in the way they spoke about their time in captivity. But there was also a sense of relief that they were no longer trapped in the cycle of exploitation and fear. Many had been so conditioned by their traffickers that they had believed there was no hope, no way out. But with each person rescued, the possibility of justice grew stronger. It was not just the physical toll of the abuse that these survivors had endured, but the mental and emotional scars that would take years to heal. Many of them had lost everything: their families, their homes, their sense of identity. They had been stripped of their dignity and forced to live in a constant state of fear. The idea of starting over in a new country, free from the hold of their traffickers, seemed impossible for some. But slowly, with the support of local charities and victim advocacy groups, they began to rebuild their lives. The authorities continued to pursue leads in an effort to dismantle Richard's entire network. It was a slow process, as many of the people involved in the operation had gone into hiding. Richard's associates were more careful now, more paranoid, knowing that the law was closing in on them. The task force expanded its search to international locations, tracking down former associates of Richard's and attempting to locate the sources of his trafficking operation in other countries. The Australian Federal Police worked closely with their counterparts in Thailand, the Philippines, and Eastern Europe to share information and resources. They knew that bringing down an international trafficking network required cooperation across borders. In the aftermath of the investigation, Richard's name became infamous. He was known as the architect of one of the largest human trafficking operations in Australia's history. His downfall was a victory for law enforcement, but it also served as a reminder of the horrors that lurk in the shadows of society. Human trafficking, often hidden behind closed doors and quiet whispers, remained a pervasive issue, one that needed constant vigilance and international cooperation to combat. For the victims, however, the journey to healing was just beginning. Many of them faced an uncertain future, but with each passing day, they were one step closer to reclaiming their lives. Some found work in legitimate industries, while others were given the opportunity to reunite with their families. The scars of their past would remain with them, but they had survived. And for the first time in years, they were free. Richards was eventually sentenced to life in prison for his crimes, but the true weight of his actions could never be fully quantified. The damage he had caused was immeasurable. Lives had been destroyed, families torn apart, and countless individuals left scarred by the horrors they had endured. His legacy would be one of suffering and exploitation, but the survivors of his network, the brave men and women who had fought to escape his grip, would prove that even in the face of darkness, there could be light. The authorities had been alerted to the situation when several individuals, who had somehow escaped the grip of the operation, came forward with their harrowing accounts. They spoke of the conditions they had been forced to endure while being transported from one location to another. These individuals were mostly from underprivileged regions across Southeast Asia, lured by promises of a better life, only to find themselves trapped in a vicious cycle of exploitation and fear. The people behind the operation were a web of individuals working across multiple layers. It was never just one person running the show, but rather a network. The man at the helm was a man named Adrian Holbrook, a seemingly unassuming middle-aged individual who had long since ingratiated himself into various business circles in Hobart, Tasmania. Holbrook had been in the country for over a decade, initially posing as a legitimate businessman in property development. His company, albeit obscure, had managed to gain some attention due to his ability to maintain a relatively low profile. Few questioned how a man of his background could afford such lavish investments in the city. However, Holbrook wasn't interested in real estate. He had other plans. His rise to power within the realm of human trafficking was slow, methodical, and at times, even genius in its design. He had learned how to manipulate every system he interacted with, whether it was legal, political, or even the people around him. He had found ways to obscure his identity through a series of false documents, each one more convincing than the last. He was never alone in this venture, though. The very nature of the operation demanded collaboration with those who could carry out the grim tasks that Holbrook himself preferred to avoid. Holbrook's story was not a particularly remarkable one, at least not at first glance. He had grown up in a middle-class family in Melbourne, attending a well-regarded university. After his graduation, he dabbled in various businesses, most of which failed. Eventually, he moved to Hobart, looking for a fresh start. But unlike many others, he saw the quietude of Tasmania as an opportunity, not a limitation. It provided a perfect backdrop for his illicit activities to flourish without the scrutiny that larger cities might attract. It wasn't long before Holbrook discovered the enormous demand for cheap labor in Australia. The country, with its growing economy, was increasingly reliant on low-wage workers to fuel industries ranging from agriculture to construction. The challenge was the availability of labor. Many local workers were unwilling to take on dangerous or menial jobs, and the government's stringent immigration policies made it hard for foreign workers to enter the country legally. That's when Holbrook saw his opportunity. He reached out to various contacts in countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Thailand, regions known for their struggling economies. Holbrook's pitch was simple: come to Australia for a better life. He promised work, safety, and a wage that would make their families proud. But the reality was far from the dream he painted. The victims he brought in were often handed over to others who would force them into dangerous work, on fishing boats, in factories, or on farms. They were kept under tight control, their identities stripped away, and their freedom taken. Those who refused to comply were threatened, beaten, or worse. Holbrook kept his distance, always operating behind the scenes, but his involvement in every transaction was undeniable. He had a network of local fixers, many of whom were tied to corrupt officials, police, and other influential figures. They facilitated the transportation of these individuals from port to port, making sure they avoided any detection along the way. By the time the victims reached their destination in Hobart, they were already broken, physically, emotionally, and mentally. One of the critical players in Holbrook's operation was a woman named Olivia Grant, a seasoned fixer with an intricate understanding of how to manipulate the system. She was charismatic and well-connected, having worked in various industries across the city. Holbrook had met her at a local charity event, and within weeks, she became an essential part of his operation. Olivia wasn't just a middleman. She was the one who managed the safe houses where the workers were kept until they were distributed to their jobs. She was calm, calculating, and always one step ahead of anyone who dared to question her. Her involvement in the trafficking ring was something of an open secret in certain circles. While she maintained the image of a well-respected businesswoman, those who were close to her knew the truth. Olivia's dealings were dark, hidden beneath a veneer of social success and charitable endeavors. She was the one who maintained the silence, ensuring that no one spoke out of turn, that no one slipped through the cracks. If anyone threatened to break the operation wide open, she was the one who made them disappear, whether by coercion, bribes, or outright threats. Together, Holbrook and Olivia built a sophisticated operation that spanned multiple countries, using human lives as commodities to satisfy the insatiable demand for cheap labor in Australia. But the cracks in their scheme began to show when one of their workers, a young woman named Mia, managed to escape during a routine transfer from one of the holding facilities. Mia had been brought to Australia from Indonesia under the guise of a better life, but the reality was much darker. She had been forced into a grueling, back-breaking job on a farm outside Hobart, where she worked 16-hour shifts with minimal pay and no time off. Mia had been desperate to find a way out. She knew the risks, but she also knew that staying meant certain death, either from exhaustion, disease, or the brutal punishment inflicted on those who attempted to escape. One evening, during a rare moment of carelessness on the part of her captors, Mia managed to slip away. She ran through the dark streets, barely avoiding being seen. With no money, no identification, and only the clothes on her back, she made her way to the nearest police station. Her story sent shockwaves through the local police force. Investigators began to piece together the fragments of her testimony, slowly realizing that this was no isolated case. There was a network, a vast, underground operation built on the exploitation of human lives. They launched an investigation, but Holbrook was quick to cover his tracks. The network was vast, and it was embedded within the very fabric of Hobart's infrastructure. The operation was not just a matter of illegal immigration or human trafficking. It was much deeper than that. Holbrook had built a criminal empire with its tendrils in multiple industries, construction, hospitality, and even entertainment. He had become so ingrained in the local community that people were hesitant to speak out against him. Olivia, too, had a network of supporters who ensured that their dealings remained under wraps. Those who dared to come forward found themselves facing the full force of the criminal machine Holbrook had built. But Mia's courage sparked a series of investigations that would ultimately expose the full extent of the human trafficking ring operating in Hobart. It would take months of painstaking work by local authorities, who followed every lead, untangled the web of deceit, and eventually tracked down key members of the operation. As the investigation unfolded, more victims came forward, adding their voices to Mia's. Each testimony painted a grim picture of the horrors that had taken place in the dark corners of Hobart and beyond. The operation's far-reaching influence began to unravel, revealing the extent to which Holbrook and his associates had exploited the most vulnerable members of society for their own gain. In the end, Adrian Holbrook was arrested and charged with multiple counts of human trafficking, organized crime, and slavery. Olivia Grant, too, was brought to justice for her role in the operation. The trial was long, and the testimonies were harrowing, but the truth finally came to light. The investigation into the Hobart human trafficking ring was one of the largest and most complex in the history of Tasmania. It exposed the dark underbelly of the city and the lengths to which some would go to profit from human suffering. The victims, though scarred, found solace in knowing that they had contributed to bringing down one of the most powerful criminal networks in the region. For Holbrook and Olivia, the consequences were severe. Holbrook was sentenced to life in prison, while Olivia was given a lengthy sentence for her involvement in the operation. Their once thriving empire came crashing down, and the lives they had destroyed could never be fully repaired. Yet, for many of the victims, justice had been served. The road to healing would be long, but they now had a voice, and they were no longer silenced by fear. In the year 2016, a major human trafficking case in Asia came to light that shocked the world, revealing a horrifying underground network. This story begins with the identification of the central figure behind it all, Wei Jiao, a seemingly ordinary businessman from Fujian Province, China. Known for his charismatic demeanor and successful import-export business, Wei was a master of deception, blending into society as a legitimate entrepreneur while secretly pulling the strings of one of the most extensive human trafficking rings in Asia. Wei's operation was vast, spanning multiple countries, and involved dozens of operatives working together in the shadows. For years, he had been luring vulnerable individuals from impoverished regions across Southeast Asia, offering them false promises of better jobs and brighter futures. However, once these individuals were smuggled across borders, they found themselves trapped in a world of exploitation, forced into grueling labor, or worse, coerced into the sex trade. His network reached across Thailand, Malaysia, Cambodia, and even further into the heart of mainland China, where the trafficked victims were sold to the highest bidder. Wei's methods were calculated, precise, and effective. He had a network of corrupt officials and border agents who allowed his operations to continue unhindered for years. The scale of the operation was mind-boggling. Thousands of people, mostly young women and children, were trafficked every year. Many were promised jobs in the entertainment or hospitality industries, only to find themselves sold into slavery in factories, farms, or worse, kept in grim conditions as sex workers. These victims, many of whom had come from rural villages with little to no education, were completely unaware of the horrors they would face. Wei's operation had a brutal efficiency. He would recruit local agents in villages, promising them lucrative wages to bring in recruits. These agents, motivated by the allure of money, would target the most desperate. In some cases, they preyed on families facing financial hardships, offering their children a chance at a better life. Once recruited, these individuals would be transported to various staging areas where they were kept in squalid conditions. From there, they were sent across borders with false documents, sometimes traveling by land, other times hidden in shipping containers. For years, the authorities were unaware of the scale of Wei's operation. The traffickers were meticulous, using counterfeit documents and switching between different smuggling routes to avoid detection. But in 2016, a breakthrough came when an international organization focused on human rights received an anonymous tip. Investigators began piecing together the fragmented evidence and traced it back to Wei Jiao's network. What followed was a massive joint operation between several countries' law enforcement agencies. Thousands of hours of surveillance and undercover work were put in motion. As the investigation deepened, more and more victims came forward, sharing their harrowing stories of what they had been forced to endure under Wei's control. Many of them had been physically and emotionally abused, threatened with death, or forced to work in extreme conditions for little to no pay. They spoke of being locked in small rooms for days on end, often without food, and of being transported under the cover of night, constantly living in fear. The authorities eventually closed in on Wei's operation. He was arrested in late 2016, and during the investigation that followed, more disturbing details emerged about his methods. It became clear that his human trafficking ring had been running for nearly a decade, and in that time, he had amassed millions of dollars from the exploitation of thousands of individuals. The capture of Wei Jiao was seen as a significant victory in the global fight against human trafficking. However, it also highlighted the deep systemic issues that allowed such operations to flourish. Wei's network was not an isolated case. It was a reflection of a much larger problem. Even though he was arrested, many of his associates remained at large, continuing to prey on the most vulnerable in society. As the case made headlines worldwide, Wei's story was picked up by media outlets across Asia and beyond. His rise and fall became a symbol of the darkness that lurked behind the seemingly ordinary faces of businesspeople and entrepreneurs. Behind his polished exterior, Wei had been a puppet master, pulling the strings of a far-reaching, devastating operation that had torn apart countless lives. But even with Wei's arrest, the impact of his crimes continued to reverberate across the region. Survivors of the trafficking ring struggled to reintegrate into society, often facing stigmas and trauma that would last a lifetime. Many were left without families, their lives forever changed by the brutality they had endured. The victims who survived were forced to rebuild their lives from nothing, often facing obstacles that made it difficult to trust anyone again. While the legal proceedings against Wei Jiao and his associates were ongoing, authorities discovered that his network was more than just a trafficking ring. It was an intricate system that involved laundering money through various legitimate businesses, including restaurants, bars, and construction companies. This revelation opened a new chapter in the investigation, exposing the depth of corruption that had allowed the operation to thrive for so long. Wei's case was a harsh reminder of the dark underbelly of the global economy, where human lives were treated as commodities, traded for profit. It sparked a wider conversation about the need for stronger international cooperation in the fight against human trafficking and the importance of addressing the root causes that made vulnerable individuals easy targets for exploitation. As the investigation continued, the focus shifted to dismantling the entire network, piece by piece. Law enforcement agencies worked together to identify and arrest other key players involved in the operation. Many of Wei's accomplices were arrested in various parts of Southeast Asia, while others were tracked down to safe houses in the heart of China. It was clear that Wei's arrest was just the tip of the iceberg, and the investigation was far from over. The toll of Wei Jiao's trafficking ring was undeniable. Thousands of lives had been destroyed, and the scars left by his operation would never fully heal. Yet, the efforts to bring him to justice offered a glimmer of hope for those who had suffered at his hands. It showed that, even in the face of such dark and pervasive evil, there was still a chance for justice to prevail. The story of Wei Jiao and his human trafficking empire was one of greed, deception, and exploitation. It was a reminder of the vulnerability of those who lived on the margins of society, and the lengths to which some would go to profit from their pain. Yet, it also stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the tireless efforts of those who worked to bring this monstrous operation to an end. As the case concluded, survivors began to rebuild their lives, slowly but surely, as the world was reminded of the importance of vigilance in the fight against human trafficking. The story of Wei Jiao's empire may have ended, but the struggle to protect the most vulnerable was far from over. And for those who had been caught in his web, the journey to healing had only just begun. As the investigation unfolded, the scale of Wei Jiao's trafficking empire became increasingly apparent. Law enforcement agencies from multiple countries joined forces, including China, Thailand, Malaysia, and Cambodia, working together to unravel the web of deceit that Wei had carefully constructed over the years. With each passing day, more victims came forward, and their testimonies revealed the true horror of what had been happening for nearly a decade. Wei's network was not just about smuggling individuals across borders. It was a well-oiled machine, operating with remarkable efficiency. There were dozens of safe houses hidden away in various regions, where victims were kept for days or even weeks before being sold into labor or sex slavery. These locations were always in isolated areas, far from the eyes of the authorities. It was a brutal existence. Victims lived in cramped, unhygienic conditions, with no access to sunlight or proper meals. They were often locked in rooms with no windows, a tactic designed to prevent them from knowing where they were or how to escape. Many of the victims were women and children, some as young as 12 years old. They were promised jobs in factories, hotels, or restaurants, places where they would be paid well and given the opportunity to support their families. Instead, they were sold to brothels or forced into grueling labor under harsh conditions. For those who tried to resist or escape, the consequences were dire. Way's agents used fear as a weapon, threatening to harm the victims' families or even kill them if they tried to run. There was no mercy, no chance of reprieve. Once someone entered Way's network, they were trapped. The authorities, however, were not blind forever. Over the course of several years, law enforcement in various countries began noticing patterns of human trafficking that seemed to converge around certain key players. An increasing number of missing persons reports surfaced in the regions where Way's operations were believed to be concentrated. However, due to the intricacy of the network and the corruption that allowed it to continue, it took years before the authorities began to piece together the evidence. It wasn't until 2016, when a local Thai police officer stumbled upon a trafficking ring operating just outside Bangkok, that the investigation gained momentum. A young woman, barely 18, was found wandering the streets, disoriented and malnourished. She had escaped from a brothel, where she had been kept for several months. She had no identification, and barely spoke any language other than her native dialect. But the few words she managed to utter were enough to send authorities on the right path. She spoke of a man named Wei Jiao, a Chinese businessman who ran a vast operation across Southeast Asia. Her escape was the first crack in the armor of Wei's criminal network. Within weeks, detectives and investigators from across the region began to follow the trail of breadcrumbs she had left behind. It led them through dark alleys and backdoor dealings, revealing just how deep Wei's influence had spread. The more they uncovered, the more horrifying the truth became. Wei's trafficking operation had been running so smoothly that he had managed to secure a series of false passports, travel documents, and legal loopholes to cover his tracks. His agents would regularly travel between countries, using fake IDs and forged travel papers to smuggle individuals across borders. Once the victims had been successfully trafficked, they were sold to various buyers. Some were forced into the sex trade, while others were used for labor in factories where they were treated as mere machines, working endless hours with little to no rest. The factory owners and brothel operators knew how to keep their businesses under the radar, bribing local officials when necessary and keeping the authorities at bay. Yet, despite the vastness of the network, Wei's downfall began with a single mistake. In his haste to move a group of victims through a particularly busy border crossing in northern Thailand, one of his couriers was caught by a local customs officer. The officer had grown suspicious of the group's behavior and decided to check their documents. What followed was a routine inspection that would set off a chain of events none of them could have foreseen. The victims were rescued, and the investigation into Wei's operation began in earnest. For Wei, the discovery was a major blow. He had worked tirelessly to build a reputation as a respectable businessman, and now, his entire empire was beginning to crumble. He went into hiding, knowing that law enforcement was closing in on him. But his arrest was only a matter of time. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a vast network of corrupt individuals who had been paid off to turn a blind eye to Wei's operations. This network stretched across the region, including police officers, government officials, and even hospital workers who had been complicit in falsifying documents for the victims. As authorities continued to gather evidence, they also began to look into the financial side of Wei's operation. They quickly realized that the trafficking network was not only a criminal enterprise, but also a money laundering operation. Wei had invested his profits into a range of legitimate businesses, including restaurants, real estate, and even a few luxury hotels. These businesses served as fronts, allowing him to launder the money he earned from his trafficking ring and maintain a facade of legitimacy. It was a system designed to make him appear above suspicion, and it worked for years. But with every passing day, more and more of Wei's accomplices were arrested, and more victims came forward, providing testimonies that would eventually bring down his entire operation. As the investigation continued, it became clear that Wei was just the tip of the iceberg. His arrest revealed an entire criminal infrastructure built on the exploitation of vulnerable people. Authorities were now racing against the clock to dismantle the entire operation and bring those responsible to justice. The survivors of Wei Jiao's trafficking ring were the ones who suffered the most. Many of them had been subjected to unimaginable horrors during their captivity. Some had been physically beaten, others had been mentally tortured, and all had been forced into lives of misery. They spoke of being threatened with violence, of being made to believe that they were worth nothing more than their ability to be sold for profit. The trauma they endured was not just physical but emotional and psychological, leaving scars that would never fully heal. One by one, the survivors began to find their voices, sharing their stories with the world. They spoke not only of the horrors they had faced, but also of their resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. They were not victims, they were survivors. Many of them had been trafficked for years, but they had managed to escape, to rebuild their lives, and to find hope again. Their stories became a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the will to survive, no matter the odds. In the months that followed, a sense of justice began to take shape. Wei Jiao was finally arrested in late 2016, and his trial began the following year. He was charged with numerous crimes, including human trafficking, forced labor, and money laundering. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Prosecutors presented testimonies from survivors, intercepted communications, and financial records that tied him directly to the trafficking network. Wei's trial was a public spectacle, drawing attention from around the world. The courtroom was filled with survivors who had come to see the man who had ruined their lives face justice. Many of them had waited years for this moment, and as the trial progressed, their voices grew louder. They wanted the world to know what had happened to them, and they wanted Wei to pay for his crimes. The survivors became the focal point of the trial, their courage inspiring others to come forward and speak out about their own experiences. For Wei, the trial was the culmination of years of deception and greed. He had once been a man who thought he could hide behind his wealth and power, but in the end, his empire had crumbled. He was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life in prison, where he would spend the rest of his days reflecting on the pain and suffering he had caused. The case of Wei Jiao and his trafficking ring was a landmark moment in the fight against human trafficking. It served as a wake-up call to governments, organizations, and individuals around the world about the dangers of human exploitation. It was a reminder that the fight against human trafficking was far from over, and that the work to protect the most vulnerable in society would continue. But for the survivors, the battle didn't end with Wei's arrest. They still faced the long and difficult journey of healing, of rebuilding their lives after everything they had endured. Many of them faced discrimination, mental health challenges, and a lack of support as they tried to reintegrate into society. Yet, with each passing day, they found strength in one another and in the knowledge that they had survived. In the end, the story of Wei Jiao and his trafficking empire was not just about the horrors that occurred under his control. It was about the resilience of the human spirit, the power of justice, and the importance of standing up for those who could not stand for themselves. It was a story that would continue to inspire those who fought for a world free from exploitation and abuse.